Start your intro stuff.
Okay, so let's visualize reality for one moment as catbox, and more precise, Schrodinger's catbox, or just a catbox. And we are looking for the proposition: does God exist or not? Now, if we are viewing reality as a catbox in the most fundamental sense, there would be a symmetry between God existing and God not existing. That would go as fundamental as reality goes. And the reason why I say that is the catbox is because, well, it's ungaugeable, just as a catbox would be. I'm not saying that God doesn't exist at the same time. I'm saying that there's a symmetry of probability in the most fundamental sense, and therefore you cannot gauge either one or the other. Now, when you look at the cues, you might be able to gauge one over the other, but depends how much you value these cues. So, what do you think so far?
I have no idea what you just said, so I don't see any of that being evidence or concluding therefore God exists.
Well, it's not evidence in the sense of empirical evidence, or even evidence that goes beyond empiricism. But
I don't see it as any evidence of any kind, logical, empirical, spiritual. I didn't say there was any evidence at all in anything you said.
No, it's a regression. It's a regression to the most fundamental state, a reality. Which,
so I need like, can you phrase it in the form of an argument? Premise, conclusion.
Sure. Premise one. You know, this is a little bit sneaky because it takes a little bit of time to form an argument, but okay, I will try. Because I'm good faith and I'm trying to debate in good faith. So here's the thing. Premise one. Most fundamental sense, reality is ambiguous. Premise two. Ambiguity generates a 50-50 symmetry between each proposition pertaining to reality. Conclusion: God has a 50-50% chance of either existing or not. There you go. That's my argument.
Okay, I would reject.
Off the fly.
I would reject premise one and premise two in that.
Okay, why is that?
Well, one, randomness doesn't generate a 50-50% chance. Two, reality isn't random in that sense for everything. Not everything is random, so you can't just say anything has a randomness feature to it. Some things are random. Quantum mechanics.
How do you know that in the most fundamental sense?
Because of all the evidence we have does not indicate that.
But that is not fundamental. That is empiricism, and empiricism works on empiricism presupposes a lens.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't presuppose. Whoa. So it doesn't presuppose anything. Empiricism is just the evidence we have, and it's the only thing we have that can indicate the most fundamental nature of reality. And any other assertion about the most fundamental nature of reality is less supported than empirical evidence.
So we are not the ontological truth of reality. We are a subjective lens.
I don't know what that means. We exist.
You don't know what that means? I'm surprised. No, I don't think you don't know what that means.
I have no idea. I literally do not understand the words you are saying. So we, as in like conscious experience, we exist. Yes, that's fundamental. Yes.
We are finite beings. We cannot gauge the fundamental ontological existence of existence.
That doesn't follow. Even if we're finite beings, we could still gauge something fundamental.
We can gauge what we can gauge pertaining to our capabilities of gauging, but that does not confirm either or God being real.
Yeah, but it can
because God
indicate
is
evidence.
The metaphysical construct that goes beyond, perception.
Okay, none of that again made sense. So we are being limited doesn't mean we can't grasp the fundamental. Even if we're limited, we can still grasp the fundamental. So just saying we're limited, therefore we can't grasp the fundamental is not a valid argument.
So I will give you that. We are not hard removed from the fundamental because we are being produced by it. But that doesn't mean we can confirm it. in a mean.
It also doesn't mean we can't confirm it. So simply saying that we can't confirm it is just an assertion with no evidence. Does that make sense? Are you guys still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear King Asura? I cannot hear him.
He's not saying it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think he died. Oh, the connection got cut out.
Sometimes you gotta go deep. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go deep.
Anybody else got any arguments about God or philosophy while we wait? Really? Nothing?
Huh. If the soul was essentially like something like experience and we all collectively like just went somewhere, like in joined souls together, that would be God, all of experience.
Okay, that didn't make sense. So if we all went somewhere, like what?
Yeah, like so you know, like how some people believe like the concept of soul, right? To some like spiritual like thing, right? If the soul was that which you experienced, right? And it harbored that, like so that made you who you are, right? Individually, right? And we all went to either place A and we like somehow became a being, like for instance, like all one experience, that I would put to be as God.
Okay, that doesn't.
Okay, so my internet is so bad lately. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can someone tell me where I left off? I don't want to interrupt anything. I can just leave if you want to, but can someone tell me where I left off?
Oh yeah, you said something about the fact that we can't confirm the metaphysical certain reality, and I was like, that's just an assertion. Like simply saying that we're limited, therefore we can't, is an assertion with no evidence. The fact that we're limited doesn't mean we can't know things about the fundamental, because we can know things that are absolutely fundamental and absolutely true about reality.
And doesn't that generate a symmetry of probability between God existing and not?
No.
But how do you base that assertion?
Because I can know I exist with 100% certainty. There's zero probability there. It's 100% I exist, and that doesn't add any evidence for or against the existence of a God.
Well, that still doesn't deal with the ambiguity.
Well, there's no ambiguity yet. There is no ambiguity. I exist has zero ambiguity, so there's no ambiguity there at all.
Oh, you can definitely say that with an a priori, like I exist. Sure, that's no ambiguity, but I'm sure, like being charitable here, we can agree that we are all very limited lenses of reality. So that doesn't account for we being very potent in describing reality to the most fundamental sense, and that generates a symmetry of possibility. That's what I'm saying it generates.
No, so our ignorance does not generate any symmetry of possibility. So simply the fact that we don't know something is not evidence that it's possible. It's an argument from ignorance, literally just an argument from ignorance.
Well, it is an argument from ignorance, but that doesn't mean it's not substantive. Could you tell why it's not substantive?
Arguments from ignorance are a logical fallacy that literally means it's not substantive.
But that doesn't tell why it's not substantive. You just say it's a logical fallacy.
Saying we don't know something, therefore, if we say I don't know, therefore, literally the therefore does not follow from the you not knowing. So you can't, there is no logical inference from you don't know, therefore something.
There's no logical inference. That's true. That's actually my point. There's no logical inference. Therefore, there's no inference at all. There's no premise. There's no there's no variable.
That's a tu quoque. Your argument has no logical inference. Mine does. Yours doesn't.
Mine doesn't. Exactly, mine doesn't. Therefore, like, so mine does. Like, in this. So look, I'm not an expert on logic, but I'm willing to say that the lack thereof from the position that I am actually confirms my argument.
No, it doesn't. So simply saying we don't know is not evidence that it's possible.
It is. It is actually evidence that it's possible.
No, it's not.
So is the cat dead or alive?
No, possibility has nothing to do with whether or not we know. Our knowing is irrelevant to something being possible.
Yes, but your knowing is not ontologically fundamentally sound.
Doesn't matter to the argument. So you knowing is irrelevant. It's
It
literally the
matters to
fallacy.
the argument, of course, because I'm deploying. I'm not deploying.
It doesn't.
only,
Literally nothing you
but
say
I'm-
matters. It does not matter because there is no way to go from we don't know, therefore. You can't do that. That can never be a valid
But
argument.
it still generates.
Yeah, it can be a valid argument.
It still generates a symmetry of possibility.
Wait, you can start with the premise I don't know. You can start with the premise I don't know and derive a
Oh
valid
my God! Shut
logical
up! Stop
conclusion.
wasting my time. So we're talking about God here.
So if you come from the premise of I don't know, yes, like automatically you have a symmetry of possibility.
No. There are no
50%.
symmetry of possibility. Stop. That's the problem. You can't go from I don't know to therefore there is
by
a symmetry of possibility. That's a contradictory
By
statement.
default, my argument presupposes that immediately. You
Your
cannot
argument
escape from it.
if your argument presupposes a falsehood, your argument is false.
But why is it a falsehood? Can you?
Because you not
Like-
knowing something does not mean there is a plurality of possibilities. That's a contradiction. It's like
I'm
saying,
not
I
even-
don't know
I'm not
what an
even-
alien is, therefore an alien is this. Like, that's literally a contradiction. If you don't know something, then there may not be a plurality of possibilities.
That's literally what not knowing means. There's a plurality of possibilities.
No,
I
you
don't know
don't
what
know
this
means
does.
you don't know. It doesn't mean there's a plurality of possibilities. It means you don't know.
Okay, no, I can actually see what you're saying. I can actually see what you're saying. And to be fair, making a meta argument exceeding our current conversation, yes, I actually do think that there is a difference between imagination and reality, but reality is also ontologically included. So, I mean, to be fair, no, that is a tangential point. I don't want to stray from the main argument. The main argument is that you don't know something. No, like you're a finite lens, there is ambiguity that generates possibility 50-50%.
No. Again, that's the fallacy in your argument that I've already debunked. You not knowing doesn't generate anything.
But that's what it does. Like, look
No,
at
it doesn't. It
Schrodinger's
literally
cat.
does not do that.
But what about Schrodinger's catbox?
Has absolutely
It does
nothing to do
something.
with the conversation.
But it does generate possibility. That's what I'm saying.
In quantum
I'm just
mechanics, not in your
I'm just
opinions.
expanding that.
Well,
I'm
so
just expanding
one
that.
sec. Your ignorance of what's happening to the cat isn't what makes the cat both in existence and non-existence. It's quantum mechanics that does that. You knowing one way or the other makes absolutely no difference to its quantum state. Its quantum state has to do with whether or not it collapses, which has nothing to do with your consciousness, nothing to do with what you know. It has to do with what causes the quantum state to collapse, which is a sensor, not a mind.
But you inserted the premise quantum mechanics.
That's
to
what
refer
causes
to
Schrodinger's
something.
cat to have the plurality of possibilities. It's not your ignorance.
Yes, but whether that causes, even in the context of Schrodinger's referring to it, that doesn't mean that's what it is in the most fundamental sense.
That's literally what it means. It means in physics, in quantum physics, the thing that we have evidence to believe is that the quantum states, the thing you're talking about, is caused by an empirical thing we can demonstrate. Saying it's caused by anything else is just called making shit up.
Still, that is not fundamental. Empiricism.
No. That's
is
called you
just
making shit
what
up.
pertains-
You're assuming it's not fundamental based off of nothing. We have evidence. You have nothing. Our conclusion is more supported.
But empiricism is not fundamental. Can you
Empiricism
agree
has
with that?
more evidence of being fundamental than anything you could provide. Therefore, the only rational conclusion is that empiricism is fundamental.
Evidence pertaining to empiricism itself is not fundamental.
It's more
That is-
fundamental than
that is
anything
just
else you can
circular
provide.
reason.
It's more fundamental
It
than
is
anything else you can
circular.
provide.
It is like more likely. I wouldn't say it's more fundamental. These are two very important distinctions.
So the fundamental realm of reality, whatever it is, the closest we
Yes.
can get to it is with empirical knowledge. There is nothing that can get closer. So you can't say it's not fundamental, therefore, because you have nothing else to go off of that gets closer to it. So the closest thing to fundamental we have is empirical science. And so empirical science has the most say on what's fundamental, and anything else doesn't get a say on what's fundamental. That's why physicists say that the most fundamental things are the things in physics.
Okay, I understand your point. So to make a tangential point, I would say, this is a very tangential point. I would say that, you know, actually I forgot the fucking point. Well, empiricism, no, it's not fundamental. It's not at least metaphysically fundamental. There is a reason why there is a categorization difference between metaphysics and empiricism. So you can say that empiricism is fundamental, but that means an entire loaded sentence.
No, it doesn't.
When you compare
Scientific realism is the consensus in both philosophy and science. It is the fact that science describes reality as it is metaphysically.
It's not a consensus. So.
Didn't you say in your debate with Trent? Didn't you say in your debate with Trent Dougherty that we could never describe how reality really is, only how we
with 100% certainty? So stop interrupting. So if you check the Phil Survey's paper, scientific realism is the consensus in both science and philosophy.
How do you explain anti-realist science?
That's an appeal to authority. Like,
Yeah, no,
There are many. Stop. No, it's not. Appeal to authority. Stop. Appeal to authority is only fallacious if it's not actual authorities. They are actual authorities, so it's not appeal to authority fallacy.
What are the arguments for scientific realism?
Well, also, I mean, what you said is false, though. I mean, there isn't a scientific
Other than the
consensus
Phil people say so.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there are
scientific
anti-realist scientists who believe that you can't necessarily get to the fundamental nature of
So?
reality because everything you experience goes through your biological organs.
Yeah, that doesn't
meaning
affect
everything
consensus.
Is biased
That
towards your
doesn't
subjective point of
affect
view.
consensus.
Every philosopher and every scientist could say
Let me
that
respond.
it's true, and it wouldn't make it any more likely to be true.
Stop talking. So it is the consensus. Scientific realism is the consensus. You can check the actual polls. Consensus does not mean 100% of people agree. It just means it's the agreed upon of the vast majority of people in the field. So you don't need 100% agreement to be consensus. So it is the consensus. Stop interrupting. So you do have consensus that scientific realism is the majority position in both philosophy and science.
Yeah.
Okay, why does that matter?
Because they're the experts in the field, so they know what they're talking about a lot more than you do.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So it doesn't follow from that somehow there's good evidence for scientific realism.
I mean, I wouldn't even agree.
It's not the point.
Widespread agreement, right?
I mean, there's no evidence for scientific realism that you've presented.
You're right.
Yeah, he's saying experts in the field
Non-trivial
determine
evidence.
what reality is, which is like insane.
Stop.
You maybe have evidence trivially.
Idiot, stop. I never even attempted to present evidence of scientific realism. I said it's the consensus in the field. So if you want to disagree with that, go bother the experts.
It's not widespread.
Sure, but
No, it
He also
literally
said
is widespread.
it's the consensus in philosophy,
Yes.
which just seems really stupid.
Holy shit, stop talking. Phil Survey's paper 20 stop. Phil Survey's paper 2020. Just fucking Google it. It is the consensus. You don't get an opinion. If you disagree, you're a fucking idiot. Learn to read the actual paper.
That's retarded, dude. That's retarded.
What?
That's the most retarded sentence someone who agrees with like a scientific principle would ever say.
Dumbass, I said, can you read the consensus? The consensus is what the majority actually accept in the field. There is a poll of the majority. It says this is what they accept.
Epistemology is based off of what the experts
dumbass.
say?
I never said the epistemology. I never said any evidence here. This is the consensus. I've made an argument. The consensus view is...
Can you send us this?
Stop talking. I said this is what the consensus view is.
Just repeating yourself.
Stop talking, dumbass. Stop talking, dumbass.
It's okay.
Stop talking, dumbass.
You've
Stop talking, dumbass.
Taco,
can you mute these kids? Taco, can you mute these kids? Taco, get rid of these kids. Taco, get rid of these kids. All right, dumbasses, don't ever speak me. You're done. As I said, I made one argument. I said the consensus is, and I gave evidence for that argument. Here is a poll of the consensus. Whether you accept consensus, I don't give a shit. That wasn't the claim. The claim is this is the consensus. If you disagree with it, go bother them, not me. That's the claim I made. I justified it. I didn't provide evidence for scientific realism. I said this is what the consensus is.
Okay, Tinjab.
Yeah,
No,
King, is that you? King Asura?
Yes, it's me. It is me.
Go ahead.
All right. Pertaining to what you just said, so consensus is several steps from sentience, from finite length, which is several steps away from.
Did you say
ontological
sentience? You said
reality.
it's several steps away from sentience. Is that what you said?
Several steps away from sentience, which would be a pertinent way to describe our current state.
I have no
Sentience
idea.
consciousness.
I have no idea what you just said there. So I don't know why you brought in sentience. So the fact that this is the scientific consensus and this is what the experts who all study the field conclude means there's lots of good reasons
Which
to do
you
it.
hadn't substantiated.
I never tried to,
At
dumbass,
all.
dumbass, don't interrupt. I never tried to. I never presented evidence of realism. That was never the goal. So
that depends on, consensus depends on what we currently understand as sentience, and that is a finite.
Currently understand as
We're not
sentience.
even
I don't know
arguing
what that
right now.
means.
This isn't even an argument. Can I explain, T-Jump, what we're doing?
No,
is
I don't give a
retarded?
shit what you say because I wasn't presenting evidence of scientific realism, dumbass.
Can I explain why this is
Not
retarded, or are you
even
going to just talk
claiming
over
that,
me?
like,
Your
not even
bullshit
claiming
does
that.
not
know,
interest me. King Ashura, go
Okay,
ahead.
so you're saying that there's a
Mute him.
scientific
King,
consensus.
Taco, mute him. This is not a conversation with him.
Dude,
Just Barry, let him talk, and then you can jump in after he finishes talking to King.
King, go ahead.
All right. So what I'm going to say to that is that sure, there is consensus. Actually, I'm going to be completely honest and say that I forgot what the consensus that you're referring to is, but I think that it definitely pertains to empiricism, and I'm going to say that empiricism is several steps away from ontological
Wait,
reality.
why do
and
you
we
keep
cannot
saying?
grasp.
Wait, the steps away. What does the steps away thing mean? Like, why do you keep bringing up the steps away thing?
Well, we are what I like to call shuffled in layers of disparity. We are finite beings, so we cannot grasp the ontological truth or reality, and that
So it seems like
that generates symmetry between God existing and not existing.
Well, that's the part. That's the part that's not making sense. The fact that we don't know something does not make any symmetry. There's no symmetry created by us not knowing something.
There's no symmetry. Well, I would disagree. I genuinely would.
Okay, how? Like,
I would
what do you
agree.
mean by symmetry, and how is symmetry generated by our ignorance?
So, from my soul, I really am good faith. I want to explain this to the best of my abilities.
Yeah, go ahead. I've never
Yes.
accused you of not being good faith, so I think you're perfectly good faith. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So, going back to the example of Schrodinger's catbox, I would say that reality is comparable to that in the sense that if we want to make a statement, want to engage in a proposition pertaining to the most fundamental part of reality, that is ambiguous because that is unreachable to us, and therefore
Okay, those are two different things. Ambiguous means that it's a statement that has multiple different meanings, and not reachable is epistemology. So the meanings and definitions and the epistemology of how we get there are two completely separate things. It could be the fact that we're able to get there does not mean it's ambiguous. There could be one way the reality could be with no ambiguity, independent of whether or not we can get there.
yes, sure, and I genuinely believe that we are not hard removed from that, from even the proposition that you said, but that still doesn't break the barrier, so to speak, between we making an ontologically sound claim about reality from the position that we are in. So you can still say that the ambiguity generates a probability of 50% chance. Just
Well,
like in a cat
no.
box, like you don't know if the cat is alive or not.
Like,
You don't know
let
if God
me
is
try to
alive
explain
or
this
not.
a different way.
Because-
So, like,
So-
if I
no,
wait,
I really want-
I think I understand what you're saying. Let me try to like explain this. So if I roll the dice in a box and I say the probability of like a six-sided dice. So there's a six-sided dice. I roll the dice in a box. I can't see what it is. The probability that it landed on what it landed is 1. And there's 100% probability of whatever it landed on. I don't know what that is. So I can guess what that is from my prior knowledge of the situation, that it's like a 1 in 6 chance that it landed 6. But it doesn't actually have a 1 in 6 chance. It has a 100% chance of landing on whatever it landed on. I just don't know what that is. My ignorance doesn't change anything. So in order to establish the probabilities, what is the probability of God or any unknown, you have to assess it based on prior knowledge of some relation in reality. So we could say God could be impossible, like if God has contradictory properties, in which like a round square or whatever, in which case I can say the probability of God is 0, even though I don't know anything about the fundamental nature of reality, because it doesn't matter if the properties are self-contradictory. So the way you establish probabilities of your knowledge, epistemology, is by comparing it to prior knowledge of things in the world. It doesn't make a difference like to the reality itself. There's no probability of God just because we don't know. Reality has a 1-to-1 probability of whatever way it is, and our knowledge is constrained by our prior knowledge. And so we can say the probability of God is extremely low, like very, very low, because there's no evidence that's anything more than imaginary. So we can make conclusions about the fundamental nature of reality probabilistically just fine, which is why scientists are perfectly fine to say we describe reality as it is.
So I would say, first of all, I would say that if I would have a recording of what you just said, I would be able to say a lot more things that has more variables.
It's recorded on my channel. You can go into it if you want.
Yeah, because you said a lot of things that do that I do want to respond to. However, the main thing that I want to respond of is the thing that generates a possibility, in my view, is the walls. Just like in the walls of the catbox, it is a wall between us and the most fundamental metaphysical reality that is very potent in separating us from gauging that proposition. So that is the
Glad
crux.
we don't understand what consensus means.
Sure, consensus can, like there can be consensus that the earth is flat. It doesn't mean the earth is flat. There you go. So there is a wall between us and the most fundamental part of metaphysics that generates that ambiguity. That is a fundamental ambiguity. It's not a usual ambiguity. And that generates a possibility of 50-50% chance of God being real or not. That's all.
Right. So I feel one sec. So I feel like I've already refuted that sufficiently. If you just disagree, that's fine. But I don't.
No, you don't. But that's a metaphysical wall. You haven't refuted.
Right, so I feel like I've refuted your epistemology already. So I don't feel like there's any point in continuing to discuss that.
Very shortly say how you refuted it. Extremely short.
Our ignorance doesn't add anything to the conversation. We do have other ways that can add evidential claims to the conversation, and those are prioritized. Wait. So those are better than your method.
My ignorance. I'm not deploying my ignorance as being part of the wall. That's not what I'm saying.
Wait, I thought literally that was the wall. Ignorance. The wall is our ignorance.
No, it's not about my ignorance. It's about the metaphysical differentiation between the subjective and the ontological. That's not an ignorance.
That literally just means like our ignorance. You're saying we have subjective knowledge that subjective knowledge can't get to the objective. That's just our ignorance, right? Like I'm not saying how that's not just our ignorance.
Ignorance has a connotation of more conscious level activity. No, it's not about ignorance. It's about a separation, a fundamental separation between us and the metaphysical that goes fundamentally. That's what I'm saying.
I still have no idea what you're saying there. Like we can know fundamental things just fine. The fact that we're conscious does not mean we can't know fundamental things. We don't need to have.
You cannot claim that you can know fundamental things from a non-fundamental lens.
Yes, you can.
That's not how.
Yes, you can. You can do that very easily. I exist.
You can agree to disagree, but that's not how it works.
Well, I can literally prove you wrong. I exist. Problem solved.
Sure, but I don't know that from my lens.
Well, you don't. It doesn't matter if you don't know that.
Your lens. That's an argument against your lens.
No.
Against reliability of your lens.
No. Like I exist is a metaphysical fact about the fundamental nature of reality, even though I'm not a metaphysical being that knows everything about reality.
That is a confirmable fact from your particular experience, but not from mine or from everyone else.
It doesn't matter if it's from yours. The argument isn't that it's confirmable from your experience.
Therefore, it's not fundamental, and it's not absolute.
It is absolute, and my existence is fundamental, but my person is not. So this is not, like, I think I've completely just refuted your argument here.
No, you didn't, because you just admitted that you're not fundamental, and non-fundamental constructs cannot make a statement about fundamental constructs.
Well, I just did. So a non-fundamental me just made a statement about a fundamental reality itself by saying I exist.
That doesn't mean it's true. That doesn't mean it's true.
Yes,
that
it does.
Mean it's sound. That doesn't mean. Well, how does it even begin to mean that?
Because I can't think I exist and be wrong.
No.
Be extremely charitable. I know that there's no hard removability between you and the most fundamental, but you as a finite cannot make a statement.
I just did. I literally just did everything you're saying I can't do. I just literally did it.
But you did not fundamentally made the statement that breaks the symmetry. You did not.
What symmetry?
You did not, you just made a claim. You just made an argument.
No, so you claimed that a thing.
Argument would be that square circles don't exist.
You claimed that a thing which is not fundamental cannot make metaphysical claims about what's fundamental. And I literally did that. A non-fundamental thing, literally made a claim about what's metaphysically fundamental and was correct.
That you exist, yes.
Yes.
But
why were you
that
correct?
Is not the same proposition. That is not the same proposition as does God exist. That's the main thing.
No. I wasn't saying it was the same proposition. I was saying your argument is that a non-fundamental thing cannot make claims about the fundamental. Yes, we can.
No, actually, my argument does not go that far. Argument goes as far as God, like the most fundamental thing goes. But yes, you can make metaphysically sound arguments, mostly pertaining to yourself.
Right. So that was just the first point. So if we can make metaphysically sound arguments, then we can make some claims that are more plausible and some claims that are less plausibly metaphysical claims. So for example, we can claim there is no God because there's no evidence for a God, and most of the things humans come up with are purely imaginary. Therefore, it's rational to conclude God is a purely imaginary thing and does not exist. So we can make that claim and say it is plausible to believe metaphysically, even though we can't prove it with 100% certainty. It is plausible to believe metaphysically that there is no God.
Why is it plausible?
Exactly. And when you actually try to make these claims, you will notice that there is a 50-50% symmetry.
There's no 50-50 there.
Wait, what?
Depends
what?
Defines God. It literally.
Why should we think it's plausible?
Hold on. 50-50. What are you talking about, sir?
Yeah, I think you should just tag out.
Loud.
So why is it plausible?
I've got a deck of 1,000 cards. I can either draw the ace of spades or not, right? 50-50.
MPX, you're loud. MPX, you're loud.
Way loud in PX. Turn your mic like
My bad.
To be fair, at least he's not equivocating scientific realism with empiricism.
First made the premise about himself that he can make a metaphysically 100% statement about himself. Sure, but that doesn't mean he can make it about God, which would be absolute. You cannot make absolute metaphysical.
I'm contesting that he can even say that, actually.
Still loud.
Right now. Like, who's to say that you can't think that you exist even though you don't exist?
Well,
we got to define our terms, right? If we're saying it's...
What?
You can't that God exists. We got to define what God is, right?
To God. Like he just said that, of course, I can make a metaphysically sound argument about myself. Sure, but you cannot do that about God. That's not the same thing. So you lose. Because God is not you.
Why is I think, therefore I am a good argument for your existence?
Because you can't think you exist and not exist at the same time.
Why not? Why can't you?
Because it's not logically possible.
Who's to say that classical logic holds?
Doesn't matter if it does hold or it doesn't hold. If my existence predicates on my knowledge,
it literally does. Right? It does.
These pseudo intellectual atheists can't fucking keep up with this shit, Jonathan. It's hilarious.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would just say he was trying to answer and people overtalked him.
He doesn't know a philosophy, buddy.
Wait.
I don't think he does either. I don't think a lot of people here know about philosophy. I don't think I'm a philosopher either.
Wait, but T-Jam, what do you have to say about what I just said? That
T-Jump, Beowulf is a terrible mod in your server, and he's fucking racist, by the way.
I don't care about your opinions. Bring it up with somebody who cares.
So why can't A equal not A?
Just asking, do you want to answer before the chaos in...
We need to find out what's the best framework for science.
Of Discord VC, goes on. Do you want to answer T-Jump about
so my answer to you, King, was that yes, we can make claims metaphysically. They don't need to be 100% certain. They can be probabilistic, so we can conclude evidentially.
But that pertains to you.
No. That pertains to God. To God. We can make all metaphysical claims, what God is, naturalism, whatever, based on evidence and conclude it is most likely God does not exist. God is most likely a thing humans made up in their imagination.
But that is
depends what you define as good.
You gave an example, which pertains to you, but
Yeah,
you
that
are
was
not
that was just an example to show that we can make metaphysical claims in general.
What is the example that pertains to
Sure,
God,
bro,
which
you're
generates
ruining it.
the
You're
same?
ruining the
Wait. So what is the example that pertains to God, which holds the same weight?
No. It doesn't need to hold the same weight. So I just showed, is it possible to make any claims about metaphysics and be correct? Yes. There is now a spectrum. There's a spectrum of things that have a lot of certainty, like 100%. Like
Yes,
wait. Hold up. So I'm answering your question. So your question was, what is the inference that we can use to make metaphysical claims like God? Because I think therefore I am is different than that. Yes, it is. I think therefore I am is 100% certain. Claims about God are not 100% certain, but we can use the same rationality in our brains to make conclusions about what exists in reality. One is certain, like I exist, and the other things are not certain, like God exists, but we can use evidence to conclude God does not exist.
Well, the evidence that you would use, there's no evidence that they are fundamental and they would be meaningful in gauging God.
Yes, there is. There is evidence that it is fundamental, that your imagination does not correspond to reality.
From your lens, not from
from no lens. It's because your imagination does not correspond to reality. The concept of God comes from your imagination.
I'm not using my imagination right now. I'm just using like a separation.
Your imagination does correspond to reality.
It's not a hard separation.
Do you think Newton knew about gravity before he...
Try to stay on the topic, MPX. If you can't follow the topic, don't talk.
You cannot use empiricism.
It's just what you said was false. I was just giving a contradicting example.
No, because you're an idiot. Follow the conversation or don't talk.
You cannot use...
Say that.
Just let us talk. Hold on. He was in the middle of a point.
You cannot use empiricism to skew the possibility in either direction.
Yes, you can.
That's what I'm saying.
Science can indicate truth of reality. Yes, it can.
No, can't.
So I will make a very meta and very cool point right now. In a dream, you can do science. That doesn't mean it will confirm that you're in a dream. That's an analogy. That's not a very hard point,
we're in a matrix, brain in the vat kind of analogy. It doesn't matter. It still counts as evidence.
Sure,
so we can still
but
say it's evidence of reality.
50%.
No, it's not 50%.
No,
so
you can't
that's wrong.
Probability, sir. Like what? You have no grounds on understanding what the probability.
Can't get us to the real world.
Okay,
yes, it can.
Lifty jump, respond to me, okay?
What he said was correct. You don't understand probabilities. It's not 50-50. There is evidence in science, and that leans evidence towards that reality is physical stuff more than 50%. It is not 50-50.
Yes, but that
reality being physical stuff doesn't refute
your confirmation of that stems from your limited lens.
No, that does not make a difference. That does not matter. Literally, your limited lens can count as evidence, which can increase it over 50%.
You guys are starting to lose a little.
I want to ask you a question.
This is going in circles. Why do you want to keep asking them questions?
No, I
don't know why we're arguing about like a priori arguments.
This will completely set it in stone. Okay,
So
T-jump. What is the probability of unicorns existing?
Very, very low. 0 point something, I guess.
Just about as much as the probability that T-jump is right.
Can we mute that dumbass? Because he's just wasting time. Like, he's a dumbass. I'm smarter than him. He's angry about that.
These two people are the two most retarded in this call, and they've been talking for the past hour and a half.
Which is limited, which is not fundamental, which cannot gauge fundamentally. Okay.
Yes, it can. Limited things can gauge the fundamental. Problem solved. You're wrong. We can move on.
Cannot gauge to the most fundamental.
Yes, it can. I've already proven it can.
Do you understand that? T-jump, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
You proved pertaining to empiricism.
Do you understand the difference between constructive empiricism and scientific realism?
Yes, but in the context of the conversation, if you're not dumb, you realize that by empiricism, what he meant was science, not literally the empiricism position.
No, but the point
Stop talking.
When you
stop talking. Let me finish the sentence. When he used the word empiricism, he meant science. He did not mean the philosophical position of empiricism that all knowledge can only be gained through sense experience. He meant science. He was using them synonymously. I'm
not talking about that, T-John.
Stop talking. So when he used empiricism, I was simply using the word empiricism to refer to science, not literal empiricism as in the philosophical position.
So when you say that we make a scientific theory and it's proven correct, like, so you do these probabilities and then you can calculate based on that whether it's going to be correct or not. The constructive empiricist will say, we don't know if it's correct, it's just able to make a prediction. We don't know if the scientific theory is
have to do with anything,
or it's just predictive.
What does that have
the
to do with anything we said?
If you're equating all these different fucking things, that's just
no,
retarded.
You're making shit up. What does that have to do with anything we were talking about?
For an hour and a half.
What does that have to do with anything we said?
Yes. Yes.
It literally comes back to what you're saying earlier. You're saying that there's a scientific consensus of scientific realism, which is just untrue.
The scientific consensus is scientific realism.
Right?
What's the problem with that?
What?
Scientific consensus is scientific realism. What's the problem with that statement?
Wait, no.
The problem with that statement, and we'll come back to it, is because you've got no proof of that.
Wait,
I literally have the polls. I have the polls that literally say it.
Yes, send me. Literally, send me the polls. Thank you so much.
Bill's surveys paper, 2020. Google it.
So that we could argue, and based upon the polls, that there's like consensus when it comes to scientific realism from the scientific aspect. But when it comes to like philosophical, we could like debate about that, whether or not there's like scientific realism is the philosophical consensus.
I want him to send me something that actually says and agrees with him.
Surveys paper, 2020. Click Google.
I've Googled it. I've looked for it.
Hugo, you're being wrong. So the Phil Surveys poll does say that most philosophers that were polled believe in scientific realism. I don't know why this matters.
Philosophers, not scientists.
My God, we
were literally talking about scientists, dude.
No,
we've been talking about scientists.
Tom referenced both, right? Am I wrong, Tom?
Yes, I referenced both.
What does consensus have to do with the truth
claim? I'm specifically talking about scientists.
Stop talking. You're too loud.
Can you not rape your mic, you fucking chimp?
What does some consensus have to do with a truth claim?
That's irrelevant. No one made that argument.
That is a relevant point, actually.
It's only relevant insofar as it trivially does raise the probability. Like if you have a consensus in economics, it trivially raises the probability.
No, that's depending on the form of reasoning and belief revision you're engaging in.
Philosophy is a little bit more dubious, though, because philosophy is not as.
Which is why I brought up constructive empiricism, which says that.
I want to ask T-Jump something.
Go for it.
So I want to make a very tangential argument. Very tangential. So let's say a Hindu, when a Hindu meditates and he reaches a state of
well, I couldn't hear you. Somebody said something. What?
Okay, so when a Hindu meditates and he reaches a state of non-duality, now that is a very clear-cut, confirmable state that can be then, transcribed to maybe more, can transcribe to Pantheism, things like that.
What?
Now, to counterbalance your example from earlier, where a person reaches non-duality, that can be
interpreted non-duality
as no. Okay, you don't know, but T-Jump might know. So when someone reaches non-duality, that can be, interpreted as a pantheistic existence. So what do you say about that, T-Jump? That is just a very
I have no idea what you're saying.
Point.
You have to know what non-duality is.
When you reach a void state, like when you meditate and just go void.
Well, are you going back to the same point I've already debunked?
Are you
like 20
referencing
times?
dualism, or are you referencing something else with non-duality?
Non-dualism. Non-dualism is a position. It's a pseudoscience position that there's something else. It's the forget what his name is, like Alan Watts or whatever. Non-duality. It's a position.
Watts, yeah. It's actually a very ontologically sound position because, it basically says that there is no hard removability between partitions of existence. That's all it's saying. It's not saying anything else. It's not postulating a God. It's just saying that reality is one that takes.
This is just like a Hinduistic or Sikhism experience that hasn't been empirically proven. There's just people
it's just
having this is just people having an experience. There's no way to demonstrate that this is real.
This is a very ontologically sounding.
No, it's definitely not.
Ontologically sound.
It's definitely not. So it's not well defined. First of all, secondly, there's no evidence of it. It doesn't explain anything about the universe. Non-duality is just a woo position that makes people feel good, kind of like key and energy. There's no actual support for it in philosophy or science whatsoever.
Wait. Do you think reality is partitioned in a hard sense?
I don't know what that means.
Do you think there are partitions in reality that go beyond reality?
I still have no idea what that means.
Okay, then you believe in non-duality. There you go.
Wait, you're not explaining what you mean. So are you trying to say that there is something besides the physical?
Reality.
Yeah, so if he's non-physicalist.
King, are you claiming that there is something beyond the physical?
I'm just saying that there is just existence. That's all I'm saying.
What does just existence mean?
So sorry, wait, are you just saying monism? Monism, there's one kind of stuff. Is that what you're saying? There's not two kinds of stuff. There is one kind of stuff fundamentally.
So that is one concept to decide. No, I'm not saying monism. Like I don't even know what the
Wait, Molinism? What?
Can you give us like a link to what the fuck you're talking about? Because it just sounds like you're schizoing out at the moment.
I'm not even understanding what the connotation of that is. So I'm just saying non-duality. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I Google non-duality is the recognition that underlying the multiplicity and diversity of experience, there is a single, infinite, and indivisible reality whose nature is pure consciousness.
Okay, that is
all objects are and selves derive their apparent independent existences.
Can we just go back to the point of the metaphysically proving God?
No, I've already debunked that. I've already debunked that.
Not loop.
I will say just one more thing, just to close it up.
You're just looping, dude.
Fine. If you want one more thing to close it up, fine, go ahead.
Okay. One more thing to close up. Okay, this will delimit everything. Okay, so a cat box. You don't know if the cat is either dead or alive because you cannot see it beyond. Okay,
Schrodinger's cat. Yes.
Let me finish. Okay.
You cannot see if talk about objective morality.
Oh my God! You cannot see if the cat is either dead or alive because you cannot see beyond the walls of the box. Sure. Likewise, you cannot see if God either exists or not because the walls between you and God are very... No, there are walls, metaphysical walls, that you cannot...
No, but we can predict the cat. We just do a superposition of wave functions and we know the result of the cat.
No,
it's not a good example.
That's not the point, dude. That's not the point.
Okay, but
a fucking quantum argument here. I'm not making a quantum argument here. I'm making a physical argument.
Really
I'm making a metaphysical. Okay, you didn't debunk shit. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, good.
Well, you didn't say any.
He repeated his original statement. That's all he did. So, all right. Oh, whoever asked for the science,
He did it in good faith.
He didn't debunk anything. So
yeah, I don't think he was bad faith. I think he was perfectly fine good faith. Just bad argument. Somebody asked for the poll of scientists, Pew Research, scientists and belief. There's the poll from specifically scientists.
But wait, did we ask for the poll?
Somebody
he literally asked for the poll and teacher provided it. So are we done with this argument? We can move on to something else.
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody asked something else.
Transhumanism. No, not transhumanism. That's another train. We can go down MTX, but I want to talk about objective morality.
Go for it.
It's not gonna lie. I saw a discussion with what's his face. Who's the Destiny? God, why couldn't I remember his name there for a second? Destiny and stuff like that. Do you still believe in like objective morality?
Yes.
So I didn't watch the whole video through, but what do you kind of like define as objective morality?
What do I define as objective morality?
Yeah. What is like the definition of objective morality that you are using, that you like believe in?
That there is some objective truth value to moral statements, that it is right or wrong to do something.
Okay, that works.
More specifically, morality is the principles that differentiate right from wrong. Something. Are you looking for?
Well, the first definition you get, like there is an objectively true, or there is a truth value to moral statements. I think is what we start with there.
Gotcha.
And then then you moved on to what morality is. It's just principles to distinguish certain things as right and wrong. So
I was asking which of those definitions or which of those you were asking for. So if it's the first one, that's fine. We got it.
Yeah, the second one I agree with. The first one I do not. How do you know there are truth value to moral statements?
I don't.
You just put. Oh, so this is just a belief claim, not a knowledge claim.
It's a hypothesis. So yes.
Oh, okay. What makes you like believe in it?
It seems to me the case that there is some pattern in the universe that's producing our moral beliefs, and that pattern is going to hold true for all things everywhere in the universe, all conscious things. And so it's not just evolution, not just human society, it's some more fundamental combination of things in the universe.
If something is mind dependent, does that make it objective?
Well, if it's more fundamental in the universe, it's not mind dependent.
But if it only exists in minds, wouldn't that make it mind dependent?
Yes, but I'm saying it's not that. So if there is some fundamental thing that is all throughout the universe and affects all minds the same, then it's more fundamental than minds. It's all through in the universe.
Wait, it does. How do we say it affects all minds the same?
Like a law
This
of
would be
physics?
hypothetically if you find like other planets with other sentient creatures that develop the same exact moral systems as people on Earth, and you do this like 1,000 times, there you can go into underlying ideas that there's something about like the truth with these morals or something like that.
Yeah, like something else is causing this.
Or fundamental, sorry.
Yeah, so something else that would indicate that that's evidence that there's something else, some fundamental laws of physics or whatever that produce these beliefs consistently in minds for some reason.
Well, how does it point towards morality rather than just an effective set of principles or kind of
for survival
natural laws that generate societies rather than that survive rather than like some truth about morality?
I'm saying morality is a set of laws, like in physical laws, that produce the same things, and if it's ubiquitous across different subspecies and different things other than evolution, then that would be morality. It's not just evolution or not just society. So if you want to say that's some kind of principle and evolution
is close my window.
What?
Okay.
So I think it literally is a law of physics, and so if you want to call it a law of physics that does something for survivability, fine. It's still a law of physics that is the thing that causes all of morality.
But I don't think that gives like a truth value to the moral statements within itself. That just means like it's a if ought rather than is ought. It's more of like if a creature or a set of creatures or society wants to survive, then there's like an objective measure in order to achieve that, versus the statement you ought not do X has a truth value within itself.
Right. Yeah. So there are no oughts in my morality. It's purely is. I think it's a statement of fact, not oughts. Oughts are irrelevant.
Wait, what? What does that? What does that
So
mean?
do you not? First, before we get to that, so first, do you accept the is-ought distinction?
Yes.
All right, and so in the description of objective morality, it is just an is. I can follow that to an extent, but what are ought statements then if the moral system that you're describing doesn't include oughts?
They're hypothetical imperatives that we apply to morality after we know it. So like the best way to explain it is to ask, is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral? Like how would you answer that?
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
Is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral?
I would say that you ought do something because it is moral, not that I would say you ought do something because it is moral.
I agree completely. So that means that the oughts don't matter to morality, because it's just a rephrasing of the Euthyphro dilemma. The first horn is ought you do, or is something moral because you ought to do it, and that statement implies that oughtness is within the essence of morality. It is the oughts that make it moral. And the second statement is ought you do something because it's moral. That implies that oughts have nothing to do with morality, and there's something you apply to moral things after you know them. So I agree that we ought to do something because it's moral.
Yeah, so I think that's not what it means. So I think we talked past each other when I gave that statement. So it's not the thing itself or the ought itself that makes a thing moral. It is the morals within themselves that determine something to be moral or immoral.
Right, I agree.
That would be from a subjective perspective rather than an objective perspective.
Well, that would be the same in either way. It wouldn't matter if it's subjective or objective. All it means is that
it would matter for the context of the conversation.
No, it doesn't. So if something is moral because you ought to do it, then that means the ought is what makes it moral. It doesn't matter if it's subjective or objective. It's irrelevant. If you ought to do something because it's moral, that means the morality is independent of the oughts, and you're saying you ought to do whatever is moral after the fact. It's not a determining factor in what makes it moral. Again, it doesn't matter if it's subjective or objective here. So if you say we ought to do something because it's moral and not something is moral because you ought to do it, then you're admitting that oughts don't have anything to do with morality. They're not required to define what morality is. They're just something else you add on after you know what morality is. So a more complete way to say it would be like,
what do you mean by no? So that's where it's like where we get into like no morality, because I don't believe
It doesn't matter if it's objective or it doesn't matter if it's objective or subjective. You can say it doesn't make a difference here. So the point of the argument is that oughts don't matter either way.
Well,
like the point is that oughts
whether or not somebody ought do something would be like in the context of a person trying to explain their morals to another person.
Right.
But when it comes to the morals itself, they determine whether or not X thing is good or bad because of their own morals within itself.
Yes.
So that's fine. We agree. Yeah, sure. We agree on that point. But moving back to like I don't see how that gets you to like an objective sense of morality from the hypothesis alone. Even if we see a pattern.
That was only in response to your question about what about the oughts are in my model. I said there are no oughts in my model, and you asked, well, how does that work?
No, because I understand from like this perspective, then you could kind of get to blur the lines between, not blur the lines, but have things there between is statements and all that statements. Because it's like an objective moral system in the same way like gravity or the laws of physics exist, then it would be an is, not necessarily just an ought.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think you guys proceeded off a really bad definition of what it means to be. Like, what do you take, like when you say X is good, what do you take that to mean?
In line with a moral system.
Yeah, but I'm asking, okay, so what is a moral system? What is that?
Set of principles to determine certain things is in line with them or out of line with them.
Yeah, no, but what is the nature of the principles? Are the principles descriptive or are they prescriptive?
I believe they're prescriptive.
Well, okay, so if they're prescriptive,
he believes they could be descriptive.
Yeah, I believe they're
what I'm
descriptive.
getting at is that it does. Well, yeah. So I don't know what it means to say that a moral claim is a descriptive one, because I just take it to be that
it does not correspond to the moral law. Like it's pretty easy. It's like you could say if God's nature is morality or whatever, you say some action does not correspond to God's nature, then it becomes a descriptive statement. You're describing that this thing does not correspond to the moral thing.
You ought to do X.
No, I never said ought in anything I just said there. So
well, I know you didn't, but I don't think that that's what most people mean when they say.
I don't care. I don't care what most people mean.
Their morals. Yeah, that's what they're explaining their morals to other people. That's when they they use oughts and shoulds when they explain their morals to other people. But there's an objective sense of morality, and someone doesn't just.
What does it mean to be moral?
It is the case. Wait. So it would be the case, for example, if we have like the objective sense of morality to not kick puppies, and someone were to kick puppies, it is the fact that this person who kicked puppies is immoral.
Is that consistent?
What do you mean?
Well, so if we think that oughts don't exist, then
I don't think oughts don't exist.
Not wrong.
That's what. No, he's not saying oughts don't exist. He's not saying oughts.
No, wait. Hold up. So when he said he doesn't think, when I said oughts don't exist, they don't exist in the morality, and that's fine. That's what he meant. So go ahead.
Yeah. So what it means to say it's wrong to kick a puppy just is that you ought not, like if it's wrong to kick a puppy, then you ought not kick a puppy. So I don't know,
so that's we're begging the question. So no, when you say it's wrong to kick a puppy, that means kicking a puppy does not correspond to the moral principles. That's it. There's no oughts. You don't need any oughts in there.
A moral principle as opposed to a scientific principle.
Well, the moral principle could be like God's nature. It could be anything you want. You could just say it doesn't need to in any way have an ought in it ever.
Yeah, I don't know how that's morality then.
I don't understand. Are you just saying that
you're using the word morals and ethics, right? But
yeah. So reality, if morality is objective, you don't get an opinion on it. Your personal subjective definition is irrelevant to what it actually is. So because you think oughts are required in it intuitively means nothing to reality. Reality doesn't care.
That's not where. Okay, so moral realism broadly is in philosophy is the view that there are stance-independent normative facts that have moral weight.
Yes, and you can have those without oughts.
What is a normative fact? Just is a statement about what
no, it's not. Go Stanford Encyclopedia, moral naturalism. Just go down to it's the one below Cornell realism.
Moral naturalist.
What?
That's kind of the problem.
What?
That's kind of the problem is that you hold to a view like moral naturalism.
Okay, that's not a problem. So if in philosophy there is a legitimate position that understands this and you're just ignorant of that position, that's your problem, not mine.
I'm not ignorant of the position. I know.
Well, then you know for a fact it's a completely legitimate position in philosophy, and so whether you disagree just doesn't matter.
Then why can't you articulate?
That's like saying that. Okay. That's like saying dialetheism. I mean, I guess by this logic, any philosophical view is legitimate because there's very few philosophical views that you won't find in the Stanford Encyclopedia article.
That's great. Well, the whole point here is that this is a well-established view. If you disagree with it, that's fine. You can disagree all you want. No one cares. But that was like your whole argument is you disagree. no actual substantive criticism there. You just disagree.
My argument isn't even really an argument. It's just me asking you what you mean by moral.
When I answered that, and you said, no, it can't be. You saying it can't be is just your opinion.
The definition. So you said what it means to be moral is to conform to a moral principle, but I'm asking what it means to be moral.
So if there is an actual physical thing, like a Platonic object, and that is expressed by principles, if you act in not accordance to those principles, that would be immoral.
How do you act out of accord with a descriptive fact?
If the fact is don't punch babies and you punch a baby, you are acting in accordance against that fact.
Don't punch babies isn't a descriptive fact.
Like,
it's a normative fact.
You can have a list. Punching babies. Punching babies could be on a list.
While he's live, dude. Jesus Christ.
I see what Jonathan is saying, and I kind of agree with it, actually.
Well, this is actually really, really easy. So you can have an object. You have like one side of the object. There's a list of facts. Punch babies. Like punch babies is on one side. It's on the immoral side. And don't punch babies on the moral side. It's not hard.
Well, hold on. Punch babies isn't a descriptive fact. That's not saying that something happened. I mean, that's kind of a poorly construed phrase, but if I went up to you and said, don't punch babies, that would be...
Okay, I've already debunked you on this. Like, you're just being too pedantic. I'm not interested in pedantic nonsense. Like, I've just described it. That's a fact.
I'm analyzing your language, and it doesn't make sense.
No. You're just an idiot. So if there is a state of affairs, punching a baby is a state of affairs. You can describe that in any ways. If you don't understand that, that's your problem.
So, what does it mean to say don't punch babies?
No. The state of affairs, punching babies. State of affairs. You can say a state of affairs. You can describe a state of affairs, punching babies, and it can be on
somebody punching a baby. So that's a moral claim?
Yeah, you can have it like there's an object. There's two sides to the object, and the moral side and the immoral side. You can say it's on the immoral side, so it's on the list of don't do those.
Yeah, so there's no distinction between moral facts and descriptive facts.
No, I literally. Well, yeah, I agree with that. I told you, moral facts are just ises. There are no oughts. I've already said that. I've already said.
That's like if I said what it means to be God is to be a soda can, right? I mean,
no,
okay, that's
that's your dumbass presupposition that no one agrees with.
I'm pretty sure other people in the room agree with me.
Hey Tom,
I agree with John.
Okay, no one who matters. Only dumbasses agree with you. Okay, problem solved.
Hey Tom, you gotta do a little better. You're live.
I could just say only dumb people agree with you.
Yeah, because you're just wasting my time. You're not bringing up any criticism. You're saying I don't agree with that, even though stop talking. Your only argument is that you don't agree with that usage of the term. I don't care. You're an idiot. So lots of philosophers do think this is perfectly fine. So your personal opinion just doesn't matter.
So anyways, let's take a person who comes up to you. Well, guys, since he doesn't want to engage anymore, if a person came in here, let's say they're an atheist, just like Tom, they're a naturalist, and they said,
okay, next topic. Stop talking, kid. You're done. You're done. You're wasting time. Next topic. You're done. You're wasting time.
Yeah,
next
you don't
topic.
Control the room, and I'm talking. So
yeah. I don't hear Tom. He's obviously know as much as John here.
Hold on. Can we just move on? We're getting into
no, because he's talking about me indirectly. So no, if he's going to talk about me indirectly, I'm just going to stop him.
I'm talking about the view, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about me indirectly, so I'm just going to stop you. You're done.
So either way, you're not allowed to just stop me, right?
Yeah,
if you're talking about me and misrepresenting my position, yes, I am. That's kind of how it works.
You.
Yes, you are. That's literally what you're doing.
That don't punch babies is a descriptive.
Okay, you're done. I'm just going to mute you and just talk over you now. So I'm
just
so tired of you.
Taco, is he going to get me?
Anybody else?
So for Tom, hey John, Tom's going to be a descriptive fact.
All right, hold on. We're going to go one at a time. No one's muting anybody. You talk over someone, you're going to get a 15-minute mute. Mark my word. One at a time.
I don't know why I was muted, but
no, go.
To get back on the topic, if someone came up to Tom and said, "Well, Tom, I don't believe there are moral facts," and what most people mean by moral facts is you should not do this. It is wrong.
Dumbass. Bye-bye.
What roles do you have? Oh, lots of people are joining. Thanks, friends.
What roles do I have for what?
And just in general, you're a feminist weeb. Are those jokes?
What does this have to do with religion?
I'm not
Chess can be religious, I guess. Maybe.
No, not really.
Do you guys have any arguments about religion?
That's where you're wrong.
Yeah, Tom, I have an argument for you. So in order for you to sort of hold the position you do, the atheist position, you're actually going to be appealing to the ultimate presupposition, which is the triune Christian God.
How so?
And because that's going to ground intelligibility and rationality.
Nope, that's where you're wrong. Zeus is the one true God, and it's not your God.
So we can ground intelligibility.
Here's the thing. Here's what people don't get about
all the history books are wrong, though. He's supposed to be
Tom is live right now.
Revelation. All the history books are wrong.
T-Jump, I got a serious question. Can you unban me in T-Jump? Because that Beowulf is the one who banned me.
You have to pay for a subscription on Patreon or ask him to do it.
I'll pay for the subscription.
Go for it. Like on Patreon, if you pay for a subscription and you link your account, it does that automatically. I don't have any control over it.
That's okay. I'll do it.
That's how you figure out the truth.
You guys want to look up T-Jump on YouTube? He's live right now. We're famous.
Me. That's me.
Yeah, T-Jump.
Who is T-Jump?
Just look him up.
Channel.
Oh, I think I've heard of him. Didn't he debate one of the people or something? I don't know.
Yes, that happened. One of the people.
One of the people. One of the many.
So who was it who brought up the precept thing?
Oh, yeah. So what you're doing, T-Jump, is spiral reasoning. You're starting from one presupposition, and you're going to be appealing to the ultimate presupposition, because that's going to be the foundation for intelligibility and rationality.
So you don't need that. You don't need to appeal to the ultimate foundation of reality to get rationality or intelligibility.
Well, you do, because reasoning can't take place in a vacuum. A person's reasoning is colored by their presuppositions.
That's true.
No. So you can reason without any reference to the fundamental nature of reality. It's not a vacuum.
Right, but I'm saying there's no neutral realm where reason alone exists.
That's fine. So you can do reasoning like in a small subset of reality without any reference to the fundamental nature of reality.
Yeah, but I'm saying because you deny the true God, you're beginning with the wrong presuppositions. Because without
wait a minute, hold on. There's an issue here, right? Which is that on one. Shut up, I'm talking. Look, you said. So I agree with you when you said that reasoning can't happen in a vacuum, right? In order to reason, presumably you need things like inference rules, right? You need things like some kind of axioms from which you could derive certain conclusions, so on and so forth. Okay, fine, that's fair, right? This is known as a hinge, right? This is what's known as a hinge, right? In philosophy, right? But the issue is that now you're saying, well, your hinges, the things upon which you upon which your epistemology depends in order to make sense of the world, right? That those things are wrong. Here's the issue. In order to make that claim, you have to have your own hinges that you appeal to. And if they're different than my hinges, then I don't really see how we can actually have a dialectic, right? The point is that if I have my hinges and you have your hinges, how are you going to convince me to adopt your hinges without convincing me to adopt your hinges in the first place, right?
The unbeliever's worldview is going to fail to provide the preconditions of intelligibility, because the correct worldview must provide no inconsistency. And the biblical worldview passes this by not being arbitrary.
But you're deriving that. But in order to make that claim, you're appealing to a certain set of hinges.
Wait, that's not a problem.
If your hinge includes the belief in Christianity, now I don't see how you're not just begging the question.
Wait, hold up. So that's perfectly fine. You can say that your hinges, some are more logical than another, and you can convince someone to change their hinges. So that's fine, and that's the argument he's making. But I would say that what are the preconditions of intelligibility? You said one is like absolute certainty or something like that.
Yeah.
One sec. You don't need absolute certainty for the preconditions for intelligibility. That's not one of the preconditions. So I don't know why you think it is.
No inconsistency. The worldview has to provide no inconsistency, and the biblical worldview can
but why?
Wait.
Why is inconsistency bad?
Well, no. So that's a good question, but what's more importantly, why can't you have inconsistency and still have knowledge? Like you can still have knowledge with inconsistency. It's just you can't. Like if everything was inconsistent,
because we can only have knowledge of the way things appear to us, not of the things in themselves.
That has nothing to do with inconsistency, so it's not addressing the question. You said
you're confusing epistemology and ontology, Tom.
Okay, that's
actually what you're doing. That's actually what you're doing. Because the point is that T-Jump is saying what T-Jump is saying is very simple. He's saying, okay, let's just grant that I can be inconsistent in my reasoning, that there's a genuine possibility that I might be inconsistent. So what, right?
Well, it's
Why
more
does that
specific. So
prevent me
I'm
from
saying,
having
like, you can be inconsistent in some things. So, like, say you're inconsistent about potatoes or something, but you can still be consistent about other things. So if you have some inconsistency in your logic, you could still be perfectly consistent in many other things and still have knowledge. And so having inconsistency in your worldview isn't actually a problem.
Yes,
No,
but
but
it's
God
the,
is gonna
but it's
provide
the
the
only
necessary
objective
grounding.
judgment that you can make about something.
Yeah,
without
if you think
presuppositions.
if you think that T Jump or I are being inconsistent,
Who's
then just
I?
derive the contradiction. Go ahead,
Yeah.
derive the contradiction.
Yeah, because if naturalism were true, there could be no reasoning to support
How does
naturalism.
that follow? How does that follow?
Yeah, because we would just be humans preconditioned to the laws of nature, and
So
so we
what?
wouldn't have the cognitive ability to reason.
Why not?
Because
That's just begging the question, right?
no, what I'm saying is that the evolutionists would have no basis for induction. You're
Why not?
assuming it, but you have no basis for it in principle.
Why-
Because,
why wouldn't-
because every step you take
One sec, you
presupposes
changed
a
topic
uniformity.
again. You changed topic again. So he asked, why is it that if the naturalist world is true, we wouldn't have the preconditions for intelligibility? Stick with that one. Why, if naturalism is true, why couldn't we have intelligibility?
Because it seems as though like any other framework is going to be self-refuting.
Oh, it
because it's-
seems. Well, okay. So now you're just talking
no,
about appearances. Okay.
Wait,
alright,
hold
I
on.
see.
When people say it seems, it's just a preamble to the argument. So don't get stuck on the it seems part.
Okay.
So what was the argument? It seems
like
what?
that, so you're making an absolute claim that there are no absolutes. It doesn't make any sense. It's self-refuting. So
I never said that. I never said that. Never said that. How did you get to that part?
An absolute claim that there are no absolutes, Tom.
How did you get that? Where did you get that statement from? Like, I never said that. Where did you get that statement from? So if naturalism is true, we can't have intelligibility because why?
Well, because God is the necessary precondition for logic and intelligibility.
Now that's just begging the question.
And people depend upon logic.
Yeah, you're just begging
they
the question.
depend
Right? We're
upon
asking
the
you.
immaterial.
You said that
universal.
naturalism is inconsistent with us having intelligibility. We're asking you, what is the argument for that, right? What's the
because you're denying the true God, so you're beginning with the wrong presuppositions. Without the Christian God,
how do you know
claim logic.
what are the preconditions of intelligibility? So what are they exactly?
They're just brute necessities, and God would also be.
What are they? What are the brute necessities that are the preconditions of intelligibility? What are they?
They would just be uniform, like universal categorical norms.
Yes, but which ones? What are they? What are the preconditions?
That's what I'm saying. They would be mind-independent requirements of reason, and God would have the causal force necessary.
So I'm asking, like, absolute certainty, some kind of logical coherence. Like, what are they? Don't tell me like what they're similar to. Don't tell me what category they are. I want to know specifically what are the things you need for the preconditions of intelligibility.
We need innate knowledge, which is instilled in us from God.
Well, why? That's not so. A precondition for intelligibility needs to be something about the universe that allows for intelligibility. Innate knowledge doesn't do that. Like,
yeah. So God would be of the eternal realm, and the eternal realm in which God exists in, as being God is the entirety of the eternal realm. Is what's necessary for the temporal realm that we exist in.
Okay,
so why is it? But this is getting off topic. The original question was.
No. This is on topic. So the argument goes like this: you have the wrong preconditions for intelligibility. The right preconditions are God. What are the preconditions? The preconditions are eternal something something. Why does eternal something something have anything to do with the preconditions of intelligibility?
Because the eternal must be necessary for the temporal. The temporal can't cause the temporal.
Right, but what does that have to do with intelligibility?
Temporal. Well, because we are temporal rational agents, and our capacity to be rational is going to be through divine revelation, which is intelligibility.
Go back. So my question is why can't we have rationality in a temporal state independent of the eternal? So for example, let's say there is an eternal and then a universe pops into existence and rationality develops in that universe, completely independent of any reference to the eternal. So it doesn't know anything about the eternal, doesn't care about the eternal, still seems to be able to do rationality just fine in its own limited state. Why is that a problem?
It's a problem because there's always going to be some independent requirement of reason that lies within the eternal.
Like what?
The eternal realm. it's going to get down to sets of axioms.
Like what?
So
Like, give me a specific ones.
Yeah, so we can look at geometry, for example, or just set theory in math, and how we can somehow generate infinite sets of axioms given a finite set or a finite set of inferential rules. And so this actually what was discovered in math and set theory. We're able to generate infinite sets of axioms.
Which has what to do with needing that to be eternal for it to be intelligible? Like that could all just be in our universe and be intelligible without anything.
Well, we would have eternal brain states. And so if this would demonstrate that we can have infinite brain states or eternal brain states.
No, you don't need eternal brain states. You can have temporal brain states and a temporal universe and still have temporal logic, and it can still work just fine. I'm not seeing the problem here.
No, because the axioms from which the first order temporal logic is built off of are going to be infinite. And so that's going to demonstrate that there is an eternal that's necessary for the eternal itself.
So I would agree with that, and that's the nature of reality. So the nature of reality is logical, and so logic follows from the nature of reality, and that's where we get geometry and all that stuff. So in a naturalistic universe where there is reality and laws of logic describe reality, we can get logic in our universe just fine with no God. So it seems like in a naturalistic universe we can provide the preconditions of intelligibility. Why would that be an issue?
Well, no, because the very capacity for us to be able to perceive objects is how we're going to ground our knowledge, and the capacity is going to necessitate the triune Christian God. That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
so what grounds knowledge is going to be how things appear to us, not things in themselves.
Well, remember, you just said that if you reference logic, it has to reference the way something fundamental in reality. So if we're referencing logic in what we see, we aren't just referencing what we see, we're referencing something fundamental in reality, right?
Yeah, and this would be synthetic a priori knowledge.
A equals A would just be a priori. I don't think it would be synthetic. But the point here is that we can still reference reality just fine with no God. If we just say there is an apple or something, that's referencing logic, which describes the fundamental nature of reality. And you don't need God for that. That you just need reality for that. Any reality will do that.
No, because we are intuitively going to come to realize God based on the intuitive representation that's referring to a single individual.
That's not a precondition of intelligibility. So you said you don't have the correct preconditions for intelligibility, and you said the preconditions were eternality, and I said yes, and we both have that. Naturalism has that, and theism has that, but you haven't given any other.
No, the preconditions for intelligibility are going to be the two foundational structures of our cognitive faculties. And so
what does that mean?
So we're going to have pure intuitions and empirical intuitions. These are going to be the preconditions for intelligibility.
What's a pure intuition?
Well, a pure intuition is just going to be like an a priori representation of space and time themselves.
Okay, but the point is, okay, fine, sure, we need intuition. Let's just grant.
I don't want to grant that. I don't understand what that means. Why do we need?
Why? But okay, it doesn't matter. Like the point is, let's just say he says there are some preconditions X that we need, whatever intuitions, whatever. Okay, fine. How does that entail theism? I don't understand.
Yeah, because so like the basic type of representation of understanding is our concept. So separate from intuitions, the concepts are going to represent like what refers generally to indefinitely many objects. Like for example, the concept of cat on its own could refer to any and all cats, but it's not going to refer to any necessarily refer to any one particular cat.
Okay, all right, let's grant that. Okay.
Yeah, so the concepts refer to their objects only indirectly because they depend on intuitions for reference to particular objects. You see?
Okay, let's just grant that. Yeah, sure. Okay.
So we can have an infinite set. We can have an infinite set of concepts given these finite rules.
How does that go to God? How does that lead to God?
That's what I'm confused.
Well, because it goes to God because we would have infinite brain states, and so we would be emergent of a higher degree of reality.
What? How does that? Wait a minute. Okay, so you're saying we need these intuitions. Okay, fine. How does that? How does that get you to God?
Well, I'm saying that through these we're able to have infinite sets of concepts, and so since we're able to have that, then we're also able to have like partial axiom construction sets and show that we can have infinite sets of axioms as well as.
Who cares? How does that?
Conclusion God. What is conclusion God?
Well, because we would then have infinite brain states, and that would allow us
Wait,
to
wait.
transcend the finite.
Pause there.
So
Pause
we
there.
would be emergent of
One
a higher
sec. One
degree
sec.
of
One sec.
reality,
So you're
so we
saying
would be
that
God.
there's infinitely many things the word cat can refer to, and for each of those things, there must be a brain state.
Well, no. I'm saying there are infinite amounts of there are infinite things in which the concept of cat can refer to, but not any one in particular. And so, because we're able to generate infinite amounts of concepts, then we're able to also generate infinite brain states, which means that we're able to transcend the finite. We're able to transcend
but hold
the
on,
finite.
Firstly, that's not true. Just because in principle there could be an infinite number of concepts that agents think of, and infinite ways in which those concepts can refer to the world, it doesn't therefore follow that any individual agent is gonna have is gonna have the capacity for having an infinite number of brain states. That doesn't follow, right?
Yes,
All
it does.
Because
concepts are pure concepts are just going to be a priori representations, and they're going to characterize the most basic logical structure of the mind. And so if we go to the axioms of first order logic, what's necessary for our mind to experience is going to show that we're able to have infinite sets of axioms.
I'm saying, how does it showing that? How is it showing?
I think he means logically
because
possible.
we can have these inferential rules.
I think he means it's logically possible. Therefore,
yeah, you're just saying we can imply inference rules in an infinite number of ways, but so what?
Well, no, we have inferential rules in first order logics and things like that, and we can kind of embed them and just keep reapplying them to infinity and generate new sort of compound statements.
But you're just saying that in principle that's possible. It doesn't therefore follow that it's actually possible for any particular person. It's like nomologically possible, right?
No, it's going to be possible for everyone, and that's because they're going to be. Well, because we're going to talk about categories, the 12 categories in total, and so this is going to fall into modality possibility.
You're just spewing out a bunch of gibberish.
Let's go back. So you're saying that it's possible for us to imagine an infinite number of things. Therefore, there must be a mind that is actually doing this.
No, I'm saying that our mind is necessarily affected by the faculty for us to experience and have reason and rationality. And because of this, we're going to be able to generate an infinite amount of brain states based on the foundational axioms that we're able to generate an infinite amount of sets of. And because we're able to generate infinite amount of sets of axioms just by reapplying these inferential rules over and over, then we're able to demonstrate that we can have infinite amounts of brain states, and so we'd be able to transcend the finite with an infinite amount of brain states, and we would have cognition of ourselves being finite, which would allow us to transcend the finite. And so you're saying that
you're saying that the infinite brain states can't be produced by naturalism because it transcends the finite. Infinite transcends the finite. Is that your argument?
It would transcend the laws of nature as well, because the laws of nature would govern the conditions in your worldview for our cognition, which would be irrational because we'd be forced to hold the beliefs that we do, and that's just incoherent. And if
that's a different topic. That's a different topic. So hold up. Go back. So you're saying that nature can't explain our ability to think of infinitely many things. Is that's your argument?
As well as the fact that nature can't reduce to an infinite set of axioms. It's going to be one sort of monad in the sense that there's going to be one sort of thing governing.
Wait, so nature can explain our ability.
Can you just put your argument in a premise by premise?
Oh God! Don't even try to. He's not going to be able to do that. That's like asking too much.
know. I mean, it's just what he's saying is gibber.
It's not gibberish. I've cornered Tom, and he has
Wait. So nature can explain our ability to think of infinitely many possible things. It's just a form of logic, like you said. As you said, it's a thing of logic. Logic describes reality, and so reality, which has the forms of logic, gives us the possibility to think of infinitely many potential abstract things just fine. So that is done in naturalism. You don't need a God for that.
No, in naturalism, you're not able to account for these internal subjective mental states that are going to be demonstrating the infinite brain states.
Remember.
Well, no, it's because these infinite brain states are just our internal subjective mental states, our qualia, which is non-physical.
No, it's definitely physical. So we have physical mental brain states. They follow logic. They can do all logical things, have all logical ideas. So that gives us infinitely many access to infinitely many potential abstract ideas. All of that's explained under naturalism. So it seems like we have explained.
That's not true. Because hypothetically, if you had knowledge of all of the physical facts about colors, about the color experiences of people, but you've never had the experience of perceiving a color. Like in the Mary's room example, you're locked away in a room. You haven't seen a color, but you have the knowledge of the physical facts of color experiences of other people. When you're released from the room and you perceive color for the first time, you gain a sort of knowledge, which is the knowledge of the particular quail that corresponds to the experience of seeing that color. And so you're gaining something after you actually perceive color for the first time. And this is showing that qualia is non-physical because you had all of this information about all of these color experiences.
No, it's not. So if we do know all the physical states, we would be able to fully have the knowledge of color exactly as it is experienced by the individual, because the way they experience it is determined by their physical states. And so we could literally map consciousness onto physical states. We will be able to do that. So problem solved. Naturalism can explain that, but that wasn't relevant to anything you said previously. That was a tangent on a different topic. So your previous argument is that you don't have the correct preconditions for intelligibility. And were you saying that this was one of the preconditions, that explaining qualia was one of the preconditions of intelligibility?
No, explaining how we're able to generate, based on the axioms of first order logic, an infinite amount of sets.
Right, so that we can do. Naturalism can do that just fine, and then you brought up qualia for no reason whatsoever.
No, because this is going to further demonstrate how we're going to have infinite brain states, which are going to be subjective mental phenomena that are non-physical.
So I rebutted your argument. I said naturalism can explain that, the laws of logic.
You didn't let me respond to that. You didn't rebut to anything. You said, well, if we can't, I know what you said. It's the common response to Mary's room. But what I'm saying
No, that's the second argument. So the first argument: can naturalism account for an infinite set of abstract states of possible thought? Yes, it can, because logic is a result of nature. Logic describes nature, and so our ability to conceptualize things, which is a result of nature, gives us the ability to think of infinitely many potential abstract things in nature. So yes, nature does give us the ability to think of infinitely many abstract sets just fine.
Yeah, so the problem is nature is not going to be able to account for this, because if the laws of nature are something that our minds are subjected to, then it's going to be the case that we're not going to be coherent in any way, because we're going to be subjected to these laws of nature.
That doesn't follow.
We're going to be forced to believe the things that we believe.
So even if we're forced to believe the things we believe, they can still be coherent. Like if I force a calculator to say 1 + 1 = 2, it's still coherent. So even if we're forced to believe things, that doesn't mean they're false or incoherent. They can still be correct. They can still be logical. They can still be right. So whether or not we're forced to believe things is irrelevant to their correctness or incorrectness.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, because in virtue of the fact that we're forced to believe the things we do, then in a way you have to assume that what's causal for this sort of ability for us to have reason is going to lie in the laws of nature, which is, it just can't be the case, because the foundation for what's going to be reason giving must be propositional or cognitive.
No,
and so
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It can be a description of nature. No, it doesn't. So I just went over this yesterday with a guy. We're talking about the different views of logic. The two major views are like O3 and L4, whatever. Is that L4 is that logic is a language that describes reality. So the truth maker is reality, which means nothing, there's no propositional content there that you need. It just describes reality, and that's perfectly fine. You don't need any kind of abstract proposition anywhere. It's just describing reality. It's just a language.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that well, first of all,
but that would make me right. If you say that means I'm right.
About truth making as entailment, or truth making as necessitation?
Wouldn't make a difference here.
It would. Well, I can just sort of reject the axioms of truth making, and axiomatic and stuff like that. I can just.
If you reject the axioms of truth making, then God can't be the truth maker either. So whatever.
What do you mean? I can reject truth making entirely.
So if you reject all truth entirely, then it can't be true that God does anything.
No, it's just that I reject truth making because I'm a coherent.
Okay, you can take whatever truth value you want, or theory of truth you want, and whatever version you apply to God, I can apply to the universe. And so I can say that in whatever way God's nature grounds logic, the universe's nature grounds logic, and so you can have logic perfectly fine as an instantiation of describing a physical state, and you don't need any kind of abstract propositional truth.
Sure, but it doesn't take away from the fact that I don't have to accept your notion of truth making to ground my truth.
I just refused that. So whatever version of truth you use, I'm just going to grant whatever version of truth you use, and I can mirror that and say the truth is grounded in nature in whatever way you like truth, your correspondence, coherence, whatever. I don't care. It's going to work the same way for naturalism as it does for a God, and so it works equally as well to justify belief in logic and rationality under naturalism.
You're going to be appealing to something outside of naturalism, and let me explain why. Because when you're talking about truth-making as grounding, this is going to be non-causal metaphysical dependence. And so in virtue of us all having reason, there's going to be one type of categorical norm that has the power to give that reason or be reason-giving to all humans.
No, you don't need categorical norms at all.
Naturalism, it's going to be transcendental.
No, you don't need categorical norms at all. It doesn't need to be transcendental of everything. It just needs to be transcendental of whatever is being affected by the laws. So if the fundamental nature of reality is what grounds logic, then it's transcendental of the physical world, and so the physical world is grounded by a transcendental state of nature. So you can have all of that.
It would be what's necessary for the laws of nature to be any sort of ontology in the first place.
No, because transcendental doesn't mean not nature. Transcendental just means a thing above the other things. So if there's a law of nature that is above the other laws, it is a transcendental law.
Right, and what I'm saying is that a transcendental norm in the way we're talking about it right now is just going to be something that, in virtue of us all having reason, there's going to be one type of categorical norm that comes before.
No, none of that follows. That's all nonsense. That's all incorrect. So none of that follows.
It does follow, and that's because it's required for us to have this universal morality. It seems like you're painting this picture.
That's a completely separate topic. You haven't even brought up morality yet. So you'd have to explain how in any way morality relates to a precondition for intelligibility. It's not. You don't need morality as a precondition of intelligibility, so that I've already addressed all of your preconditions of intelligibility you've presented and showed they can be justified under naturalism.
No, you're not addressing this right now, though, because what I'm saying is that you're not justifying, because what your position is leading to is this sort of regress.
Which precondition of intelligibility did I not show could be explained under naturalism?
We're talking about what is the norm that's necessary for human beings to have reason.
Precondition? Again, we're only talking about the preconditions for intelligibility. Which precondition of intelligibility can't be grounded under naturalism? Which did I not address?
Yeah, we're talking about mind-independent requirements of reason.
You did not answer the question. You said
yes, I did.
Justify his position. Which position did he not justify?
Yeah, so he's not justifying how his position is falling into this sort of regress into an unconditional principle.
That's a different topic. That's a different topic. You said the first argument you made. Hold up. The first argument you made was that naturalism can't account for the preconditions of intelligibility. Then you need to present preconditions for intelligibility and see if under naturalism can I account for those. So far, you presented several, like eternality and some other things.
And I said what's going to be reason giving can't really be grounded in naturalism. And I keep saying that over and over again. I don't know why you haven't addressed this.
What part didn't I address there? So I said yes, it can. Whatever version of truth you use for God, I can use it under naturalism. So yes, I just addressed that.
No, I'm saying what's going to be necessary for us to have reason is going to be something that's reason giving in a sense for all humans, and so that's what's going to be required. And what you're doing is
you don't need reason giving. Wait. Reason giving has nothing to do with the preconditions of intelligibility.
No, it has. Well, we're talking about the preconditions for reason. That's what we're talking about right now, which would be a precondition for intelligibility.
So reason as in like logic, not like you should do X, like actual logic.
Right. Yeah, like a mind-independent requirement of reason. And so what I'm demonstrating is that you're inherently accepting the force of instrumental imperatives.
Right. So I agree. I agree that logic is mind-independent. It's a description of reality. Reality is mind-independent.
Not necessarily.
Well, So to the guy who said not necessarily, his argument is that you can't ground this without a God. So if I can show it's logically possible, I win the argument. So it doesn't need to be necessarily the case; it just needs to be possibly the case.
Sure, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that's not necessarily the case.
Well, my argument here isn't to prove naturalism.
Like the grounding for reason is the necessary precondition for reason is going to be propositional. It can't be non-cognitive, and so that's why we're going to have this.
How? Don't just make the assertion. Explain how is it the case, because that doesn't follow. You don't need it to be propositional at all. So why do you think that's the case?
Yeah, because what makes this justified is this sort of regress into an unconditional principle that's found in reason itself. Because if it wasn't found in
none of that follows. It doesn't need to be found in reason itself. Reason can be a descriptor of some other thing just fine. It doesn't need to be in reason itself.
No, because what I'm saying is that we're going to need to universalize this to all people in virtue of something that all people have in common.
Yeah, reality. They all exist in reality, so that's universalized to everyone. They exist in reality, and it's still not propositional content.
It has to be propositional.
No, it doesn't. It can be a description of reality.
No, the propositional nature prohibits the grounds being non-cognitive, and the reason for it is because it's because all of these hypothetical norms are going to have to get grouped into one categorical norm. Because otherwise, we would,
that's not how hypothetical norms work.
That's so retarded.
Because we would otherwise we would have an infinite regress of hypothetical norms.
Hypothetical norms have nothing to do. Those have nothing to do with the preconditions of intelligibility. You haven't given a precondition for intelligibility.
Look, you're just spewing gibberish. Hypothetical norms are things that you ought to do given some conditions, usually some things like beliefs or desires, and categorical norms are things that you should do simpliciter. So I don't see how
I'm saying that it doesn't seem that the reason giving force behind these type of norms that situate our instrumental or hypothetical norms can be non-propositional or non-cognitive.
How? You didn't explain how.
What do you mean reason giving force? Can you give me an analysis of what you mean when you say like reason giving force? I don't understand.
I think it means logic, reason, the logical structure of the argument.
Because if we're endorsing certain types of hypothetical norms, then we can create a sort of disjunction between accepting things for dispositional reasons, which doesn't seem to be reason giving in any sense.
You don't accepting when you say accept things for dispositional reasons. When you say the term accept things for there is being used equivocally when you say accept things for because it's like true or it's moral or whatever. Because the point is, a disposition isn't going to be a reason. Right?
I know.
Disposition just causes you to act in a certain way. So I'm saying I don't understand. So
I'm saying we're creating a disjunction between accepting things for dispositional reasons.
No, we don't. If we're supposed to accept something, we don't create any disjunction.
Let him finish. Let him finish then.
No, but why should I let him gibberate for another?
You didn't let me
5
say the
minutes?
other part.
Well, he said. I thought I understood. I understood the sentence. So he said we are conflating between the reasons we accept dispositional reasons and
what we're going to do as free agents, because as free agents we can create certain types of second order beliefs.
So yeah, that's just free will versus determinism has nothing to do with the preconditions of intelligibility. Why are you bringing this up?
No, what I'm telling it's not free will versus determinism. What I'm saying is I can think about a moral action T-jump, and then instead of just acting on my immediate causal disposition, I can actually analyze that and create a second order belief and universalize that to its universal content.
Which has nothing to do with the preconditions of intelligibility.
All these other things. It does, because what I'm saying is when we create these sort of second order beliefs, now we're talking about an agent that has certain types of reflective beliefs.
Which is not a precondition of intelligibility.
No, because these reflective beliefs are going to necessitate a precondition, which is going to be an unconditional norm. And that is going to be the precondition for intelligibility.
Wait, that's not a precondition of intelligibility. That's an emergent property of reason. That's not a precondition of intelligibility. Precondition of intelligibility means a thing you need to do rationality at all, not a thing that emerges from rationality.
It's the other way around. So again, it's an unconditional norm that's necessary for our reason and our rationality.
You don't need an unconditional norm for rationality.
Yes, we do, because this is ultimately what's going to ground our instrumental imperatives. And
categorical norms don't ground anything. You don't need categorical norms to ground something.
Yes, they do, because it's going to be the very same thing that introduces reasons into the world and makes it.
No, that's begging the question. That's begging the question. You don't need categorical norms to ground anything. Prove me wrong.
Well, yeah. So what I'm saying is,
I don't care what you're saying. Explain. Follow the sentence. The sentence is: you need categorical norms to ground things because why?
Well, because it's either the case that you group all of these hypothetical norms
No.
into a categorical
No. You don't
norm.
need to group any hypothetical norms. Hypothetical norms don't even need to exist for rationality. You don't need hypothetical. Stop. You don't need any hypothetical norms for rationality. Rationality can exist without any hypothetical or categorical norms at all. So you don't need those. Those are not preconditions of intelligibility.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we have to group these hypothetical norms into a categorical norm.
There are zero hypothetical norms. None of them. They don't exist. You don't need them for rationality. They don't exist.
No, then we have to walk all the way back to this then. Yeah, I think that you're inherently going to accept the force of hypothetical norms or instrumental norms.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you don't need them for rationality, they're not a precondition for rationality, right?
You would need them for rationality. Yes.
How would you need hypothetical norms for rationality?
Well, because the hypothetical norms are going to instantiate this sort of universal norm.
No, that's begging the question again. Why do you need, for rationality, just the ability to do logic, why do you need hypothetical norms, hypothetical imperatives to do rationality? Those don't follow.
Yeah, because there's going to be something required, which is going to be an unconditional norm.
No, you haven't shown how any of that is required to do logic. And you don't, so you haven't shown
again, because if it wasn't founded in reason itself, then it would either have to be in our nature or in the world. But if
it's in the world, problem solved.
Yeah, but then if it's in the world, how would it have somehow been, like, how did it you have to demonstrate how this is gotten to without using any sort of characteristics or any sort of properties of the subject. I already did that. And that wouldn't tie it to the subject.
I already did that. So when we exist in reality. And so because the fundamental nature of reality is what we're talking about when we do logic, we now have access to the fundamental nature of reality. Problem solved.
No, because the subject has to have certain types of sensitivity in order to apprehend the values. And then we just have to find out what type of sensitivity.
Yes, we experience reality. We're literally in it. We are in reality. So we have some sensitivity.
But this doesn't seem possible.
Yes, it is.
But the problem is what you see as reality is what I'm saying is this internal universal criterion, because this is required.
Right.
For
yes, reality is the universal criterion. Yes, reality is the thing we need for logic. We don't need God.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that what you see as reality is actually going to be demonstrating this categorical imperative, because this is going to be
I already disproved
the unconditional norm. You didn't disprove
that.
No, because you're saying that reason itself is founded in the world. So what kind of is sort of reason giving in the world or in naturalism?
You're conflating logical reason and hypothetical imperative reason. Logical reason isn't like a you want to do X hypothetical reason. So the logical reason grounded in reality is that it describes reality. A equals A describes how things exist. That's the reason. We now have reason. Problem solved.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what's ultimately going to ground the instrumental imperatives is going to have to be the very same thing that introduces reason. So now you have to tie that into how that's going to ground.
No, you haven't in any way justified that. You haven't shown in any way that you need whatever grounds logical reasons must also ground hypothetical reasons or hypothetical imperatives. You have not given any reason to think that's the case.
Well, because it's going to be what makes it the case that there's a space of reasons, and makes it the case that certain considerations or certain things in the world are related to each other by being reasons for one another.
No, you're conflating logical reason and hypothetical desire reasons. So those are separate things. So we can do all of the hypothetical or all of the logical reasons with no hypothetical desire reasons. So there's no connection.
Let me just explain this real quick. Here's an example. So like the fact that I ought to get myself a cup of coffee, if I desire a cup of coffee, it has to be the case that there is some relation between having a desire and some action. And whatever it is that makes it the case that your desire for a cup of coffee can ground further instrumental reasoning. Like going.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. You're going backwards. So that's like saying all roses are flowers, but I don't care. Like you can do logic, you can do logical reasoning with no hypothetical categorical reasoning. Not the other way around. Obviously, to do hypothetical categorical reasoning, you need logical reasoning, but you don't need hypothetical reasoning to do logic.
I'm saying it would have to be the case that there would be no rational relation between the desire and acting on it.
No, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. You need to show why it is that you need hypothetical imperatives to exist in order to do logic, because you don't.
No, you do. I'm saying because otherwise it would have to somehow be the case that the mere fact that you have a desire brings other things into a rational relation with other desires.
No. So again, you don't need any desires. Desires don't need to exist at all to do rationality. So there are no desires. You don't need any desires.
You can't ground reasoning. You can't ground reasoning.
That's the argument. Why can't you ground reasoning if there are no dispositional desires.
Well, based on what you've told me, you've just kind of done like a reverse God of the gaps. You're just inserting naturalism to sort of ground these sort of things
No,
that you're not
you're not answering the
on.
question. The question is why you made the assertion that you need hypothetical imperatives in order to ground logic. Why do you need hypothetical imperatives?
Because the propositional nature of God is going to be reason giving in some way.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with. So we're asking preconditions for intelligibility. Why is a hypothetical imperative a precondition of logical intelligibility?
Again, because in order for something to put a stop to these regressive norms, like
there's no regression. There's no regression there.
There is a regression. There's
literally no regression in logic. A equals A does not have a regression. There's no regression there. Why do you need stop? So A equals A is a logical reasoning. So I can do logical reasoning with no hypothetical reasoning. Why do I need hypothetical reasoning to do A equals A?
Because its very presence would introduce rational relations, and rational relations would be impossible.
That's not answering the question. That's saying that you need flowers for roses. Yes, you need flowers for roses. But I'm asking, why do you need a rose to get a flower? You can have flowers if there are no roses. You don't need roses to have flowers.
Because like dispositional properties, due to them being non-cognitive, couldn't entertain that type of reason-giving force. They'd need to be propositional.
You're not answering the question. You're just going on with your stupid script. So you need to answer the question, why do I need hypothetical imperatives to do logic A equals A?
Yeah, I'm just saying in virtue of us all having reason, there's going to be one type of hypothetical
I don't care about all of us. All of us is irrelevant. All of us makes no difference. Why does any individual person need to have a hypothetical norm to do A equals A?
Because they're going to be otherwise violating some independent requirement.
What independent requirement? What are they violating when I do A equals A with no hypothetical norm?
It would just be some sort of transcendental substance.
Reality. So A equals A is reality, is transcendental reality. I did that fine with no hypothetical norm.
The way you think of substance is probably different from the way I think of it. But
I don't care the way you think of it. You still haven't shown why I can't do A equals A without a hypothetical norm.
Because like what I'm saying is that it's going to be the case that there's something that we're gonna have to apply universally to all people in virtue of something that all people
I agreed with that, and you don't need a hypothetical norm for that. Problem solved.
You do, and it's because there's
A equals A applies universally, and it's not a hypothetical norm. Problem solved.
No, because like what I'm saying is if it's not founded in reason itself, then
A equals A is founded in reason itself. So that's, again, you're not addressing the problem.
You're just not listening to me.
A equals A is in reason. It is literally reason.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you are trying to say that this exists in the world, and so I'm asking.
Yes, it describes reality.
Yeah, and I'm saying, how is it the case that this is sort of gotten to without using any sort of characteristics or any sort of properties?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it's gotten to. That's an epistemology question. You said it was impossible for naturalism to ground the preconditions of intelligibility. Every single one of your preconditions, I've shown it can. And your last claim was that you need a hypothetical norm in order to do basic logic, which I proved false. You don't need that.
No, you're not explaining how we're able to sort of get this.
I don't need to, because I'm addressing your previous point. I'm proving your previous point wrong. Your previous point was that you need
properties of like the subject and you're not tying it to the subject.
Yes, I am tying it to the subject. You said you need hypothetical norms to do logic. I proved that false. You can't debunk that. I win the argument. Game over.
Well, hold on. That's not at all what happened. You're just coming to that conclusion in your mind.
I literally just debunked you.
Demonstrating how we're able to apprehend the values.
That's changing the topic.
Sensitivity is the correct sensitivity.
That's changing the topic.
This is what happens with this new atheist movement. They can't justify the preconditions.
I literally just crushed you. All right, next topic. Anybody else got a conversation?
This is what Tom does.
You're done. You're done.
He loses.
Why is T-Jump coping and seething? This is so based.
What are you guys talking about?
T-Jump's just coping because he lost the debate.
I just crushed you. So stop wasting my time.
No, you didn't. You don't know what you're talking about.
I just crushed you. Anybody else have anything to say? Because I just crushed this guy.
Honestly,
hey, buddy, I get it. You're like 70.
You're done. You're done. You're done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. You're done.
Jacob was making some pretty good arguments, though.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, you just weren't understanding them.
You're done. Stop. Next topic. Next topic.
Okay, I have a topic for you.
Go for it.
For you.
How can you prove the existence of how can you prove the existence of an objective reality that that's not based in an internal world?
You can't prove anything with certainty. You don't need to. You just need evidence.
Okay, so then what your argument is in terms of the origin of the internal world?
What?
Your argument of well, I mean, I assume you would agree that there is an internal world, internal experience that exists.
Consciousness? Or is this in reference to something I said in the previous debate, or what is
no,
this?
This is completely unrelated.
Okay. What is the
Sure.
question?
So the question is how can you say that an external world creates the internal world if you can't even prove the external world?
Because that's what the evidence indicates. So I have a hypothesis. There is
What
an external world. Wait, so if I'm literally explaining it, so don't interrupt. If I have a hypothesis, there is an external world. If there's an external world, if we mess with the things in your brain, you'll have different sense experiences. We do see that you have different sense experiences when we mess with your brain. Therefore, that's evidence of an external world. Problem solved.
There's no proof. No. There's no proof of. There's no evidence for
you don't need
causation.
proof.
Sure. Okay. I correct myself. You're right. There's no evidence for actual causation and not correlation there whatsoever.
That's fine. Correlation can be evidence. You don't need to prove causation.
Sure. So all you're saying is that there's correlation between your actions or what you perceive to be your actions and
yes, that's how
your
evidence
internal
works.
world.
That's called abduction. That's how evidence works.
Which nobody's denying that.
Yes, that's called abduction. Abduction is evidence. Yes.
That's not evidence for an external world.
Yes, it is. That's called abduction. Abduction is evidence. Yes, it is.
Sure, it's evidence that there's a correlation between your internal world.
Which is evidence that there's an external world. Yes, that's how abduction works.
Yes, but there's no evidence for an external world.
I literally just explained that. Yes, there is. Abduction is evidence.
No, there's okay.
I literally just explained that. Abduction.
Explain how that leads. No, you explain how there's a correlation between the two, but you did not explain.
Yep, that's
how
fine.
there's
Abduction.
evidence for
Abduction shows correlation. It doesn't prove causation. It's still evidence. Problem solved.
Sure. Can you? What does that mean?
Abduction.
What's the difference between abduction and induction?
Induction. Abduction is inference to the best explanation. Induction is following a pattern to see that it's like the same pattern across some spectrum.
So sorry. Repeat that.
Just wanted a definition of abduction and induction. It's not that important.
Okay, so you say abduction proves it, but I mean...
No,
like,
it gives evidence. Abduction is one of the forms of logical structure of arguments. Abduction, induction, and deduction are argumentation. Abduction is a form of evidence, yes. Induction is a form of evidence. Deduction is a form of evidence. They're all forms of evidence.
Sure, but just because you're saying this form of evidence proves it, like...
I didn't say it proves it. I said it's evidence. I said this form of evidence provides evidence. Yes, that's how evidence works.
Sure, but you haven't specified the evidence. You keep on saying that.
Abduction is the evidence.
Okay, what abduction?
If I make a hypothesis, if I mess with your brain, you will have different sensory experiences.
Sure.
We mess with your brain, we do the experiment, we get a confirming result. That's evidence. Next topic.
But does that supply any
yes,
evidence?
Yes, that's abduction. Abduction evidence. I already answered that. Next topic.
Does that supply any evidence to the point that you're making?
Next topic. Yes, it does. That's abduction. That's how abduction works. Yes, it does.
You are not
Next topic.
providing
Next
any
topic. We're
evidence
done. We're done. I've already explained it to you. If you don't get it, that's your problem.
No, you're not providing any evidence to that point.
Stop. I've already addressed your point. If you don't understand it, that's your problem. Next topic.
Oh my gosh. I can see why the other guy was annoyed with you.
I can see why everyone is annoyed with you. Next topic. Anybody else got anything to say? Any questions, arguments, whatever? God related, preferably, because this is the religion chat.
Just because it's religion. Okay, sure. So everything in the natural world has an origin, and thus, unless you have infinite regression, then you must have an external origin for the natural world.
Okay, I just reject premise one. Not everything in the natural world has an origin. Problem solved.
Okay, provide me an example of something that's in the natural world that doesn't have an origin.
Hilbert's face.
That's not in the natural world. That's a mathematical concept.
That's literally in the natural world.
No, that is a mathematical construct that we use to explain physical phenomena.
So all of those things in physics, emergence, space-time. Stop talking.
It doesn't do anything.
Stop talking. I'm just gonna have you muted. So if like the natural world consists of many physical things, space-time is emergent of other physical things. All of the things in physics are physical, material things. None of them are non-physical things.
That's not necessarily true.
Yes, it is. That's the consensus in physics. If you don't want to agree, then take it up with the physicists.
Great. That doesn't mean anything. You keep on just deferring to different concepts and deferring and saying stop.
No, I prove you wrong. Next topic. Next topic.
You just say next topic, like without.
Yes, because I've addressed your point.
Topic.
You were wrong.
No, you
next
have
topic.
not addressed my point.
You're just making me repeat myself now. Next topic.
Yes, you're repeating yourself because you have no valid points.
I literally just debunked you. So you said the Hilbert space isn't physical.
Space
isn't
is not
wait,
a physical object.
You said the Hilbert space is not in the natural world. Yes, it is.
You're misunderstanding of physics if you think that
you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. So yes, Hilbert space is in the natural world. Yes.
I'm not denying that.
Next topic.
Next topic. It's just a physical phenomenon. It's literally just a concept.
Next topic. You're an idiot. Next topic.
So your arguments have reduced to just calling people idiots.
No, I debunked your point and you repeated it. Therefore,
you did not debunk my point.
Next, stop. Taco, can you mute this kid? Taco. Next topic. Anybody else? Something more productive than stupid stuff.
Bro,
why are you trying to like move on, bro?
Because I've addressed his point and he's making me reveal
the fact that you move on within like 2 minutes of both my arguments.
Can you get this kid out, Taco?
You stop interrupting me.
Can you get out? You're interrupting me.
I won't.
Bro, you guys addressed your guys' points like probably like 100 times. You guys had this debate, but all of a sudden now, I don't know, dude. I think he got you on something, and then you just kind of did a half response, and now you're just saying, "Well, shut up now. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot."
Nope, I literally debunked his dumbass. Hilbert space is in the natural world.
Well,
stop.
You have to let him explain himself. You can't just say you're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb.
No, all he was saying is no, it's not. He just disagreed. Yes, Hilbert space is in the natural world.
No, it's not. Probably because you kept on interrupting him. Like, bro, you're not letting him explain himself.
I mean, could we have enough of this meta and let T-Jump move on with the question he wants to? Like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm not interested in meta.
What?
Next topic, I guess.
Yes, next topic. That's a good idea.
What? You're not interested in... This isn't exactly meta. I mean, I guess it sort of is. Wait, what would be a non-meta topic?
Can I test? So, like on naturalism, do you think naturalism that you're like committed to reductionism, like at least like ontologically?
Of what?
Like, I guess what's your take on like strong emergence, or like if there's genuine, new novel phenomena that emerge given like this causal arrangement of different, but I guess that idea of just like, are you?
Okay, wait.
Let him finish. Don't interrupt. Let him finish. Don't interrupt. Let him finish. Don't interrupt. Well, keep going. What was your question?
That was just my question. Which is, do you think, as a naturalist, you're committed to the idea that everything is made out of some fundamental stuff, and that if you follow it all the way down, it's just, either like random quantum fluctuations, or even like matter in motion, as the stupid slogan goes. But like, do you think that that's like a part of naturalism, or can you help yourself to?
Yes, that's all part of naturalism. So all of the different theories of like quantum mechanics, string theory, many worlds, multiverse, those are all natural theories that are based in a natural phenomenon.
Sure.
But I guess what I mean,
they're not necessarily naturalist.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Go ahead.
Or like, are these things
just what?
Do they supervene on the physical? Like, what's your take on that kind of question?
Well, I'm fine with strong emergence. I don't really know what it means or if there's any evidence of strong emergence, but it would be fine, especially if there is fundamental randomness, which I think there is. In physics, the consensus is that randomness is a fundamental force in reality. So I don't have any problem with strong emergence or randomness in a naturalistic world.
By the way, the many worlds theory would say that randomness is not a fundamental thing. That is whatever.
But then doesn't that leave like gaps in the so-called causal closure? Like, if there are genuine like ontological levels where at a certain level, just boom, new kind of powers emerge, and genuinely new things that if you knocked out the substrate, those new things would persist.
Sure. I mean, that there's no problem with having like gaps in the causal substrate. Like, brute facts aren't a problem. Like, we don't think there's like a logical issue with brute facts.
Oh, okay. Because I guess they're maybe not a logical problem, but then there does kind of become a practical problem of like who gets to help themselves to which brute facts. Like, aren't all brute facts just temporary, like epistemological? Like, put a pin in it. Let's call it brute for now.
No, because a brute fact by definition is something that doesn't have an explanation, not something we just don't know about the explanation yet. So a brute fact by definition is something that isn't epistemically brute; it's ontologically brute.
To ask the dumb question, like, how would you ever know? How would you ever tell the difference between the
have no
limits of our
idea.
understanding and so how would we ever operationalize this idea of an ontological proof fact? If you could never tell the difference between the limit of your knowledge and some fundamental limit of the world, like a stop sign that says no
never
further
yet.
explanation-wise.
So right now we would have no way to differentiate, but that doesn't mean we wouldn't in the future. There may be some new method we haven't discovered yet that can identify brute facts. But right now, yeah, we have no way. We would have no way to identify the difference between a brute fact and a cause thing from something else. We have no, like in quantum physics, they prioritize randomness because the hypothesis that randomness is fundamental was the basis of the theories that made the predictions that were successful, and no other reason. That's essentially just it. So it's not, there's no proof that it's random. It's just what the theory entails given the math with the hypothesis that was used to make the predictions.
By the way, as I said before, not all theories in quantum mechanics.
No one said all theories. It's the consensus. The majority of people.
Not exactly.
So I guess,
even then, a lot of people would just say that the randomness is just emergent from our limited understanding. I do.
That's not literally like 80% or something of some massive percentage of physicists think that it's fundamental. Randomness is a fundamental thing. It's a huge consensus.
Okay, sure, whatever.
I'll give you the paper, a snapshot of fundamental. One second. I'm just going to give the paper so he can find it himself. He wants to check. It's called, scrolling up the top, A Snapshot of Foundational Attitudes Towards Quantum Mechanics by Maximilian Schlosshauser in the paper of Studies of History and Philosophy of Modern Physics.
Do you have any background in physics?
What does that have to do with the topic, dumbass?
I'm just asking.
Oh shit.
Next question.
You refuse to answer the question.
Yeah, if it actually was relevant, I'd answer it. It's not. So next question.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the answer is yes, and you're a dumbass. Next question.
What is your problem with me, man?
Because you ask stupid questions and make me repeat myself. It's very annoying.
It's not a stupid question.
Next topic. Next topic. Sprayer, did you have anything else? Any other questions?
It's kind of irrelevant to the topic.
It is. I just asked it.
Okay, so stop talking now. Sprayer, did you have anything else to add? Any other questions?
Of course I have things to add. I'd love to go back to the topic of there not being a fundamental reality that's not a
new topic. A new topic that we haven't already addressed.
Oh my gosh. Why do you keep on avoiding that topic?
Because I've addressed it. I'm not going to repeat myself.
No, you have not addressed it.
Stop. You're done. I'm just gonna mute you now. I'm just gonna mute you. I'm done with you.
Oh my gosh.
Bye-bye. Volume 0. Goodbye. Anybody else have anything to say?
So, what do you think about out-of-body experiences?
I don't think they're actually out of body. I think that they're evidence of mental phenomenon that can happen in the brain, and we can reproduce them with chemical interactions. I don't think you actually go out of body.
Sure, that is a very respectable position. However, what do you think about instances where people do see things in their environment when they have an out-of-body experience, and they can actually describe things that they couldn't have seen with their own eyes? So let's say.
Well, the best explanation of that is the fact that your sensory data is still operating when you lose consciousness in that way. So like if you have a sudden cardiac arrest, it's kind of like if you have pipes in water and you shut off all the pipes immediately, all of the pipes are still open in the same places they were open before of the random shutoff. And so your sensory experience, like when someone touches you or when your earlobes vibrate, not the earlobes, the eardrum vibrates, all of those electrical signals are still being sent to the same part of the brain that they were before you had a cardiac arrest. And so people can remember things. They're saved to your memory as conscious memory, that like if you hear someone say a number or whatever, that's saved in the brain as a conscious memory. And so when you wake up, you will remember having experienced that as a conscious memory, not as a dream. And so you'll think it was something you literally experienced while you were awake, when really you were just unconscious, and it saved that to your brain as if it was a conscious memory.
Oh, I see. However, there are some cases in which they describe things that they did not see while they were in that particular building. Things that happened on a story high or 2 stories high that they could not have possibly seen while they were conscious. So,
Some of those are like one of them, I've read those. That's what's his name? The 500-page book by the miracles guy, the Christian miracles guy. I forgot the name right now. Starts with a C. Craig something. In the paper, all the top ones have been shown to be explained naturally. Like the one in the multiple floors one, the red, it was like a red shoe in a different building or something. That was explained by the fact that it was being talked about by like janitors, and the person was unconscious. They heard the janitors talk about the red shoe, and they memorized it from that. So that was, if someone else talks about it in a different room, or in the same room about something else in a different building, that's a way to know it, even though you were not in the room. The other one was like when a lady went out of body and saw a VIN number on the top of a medical equipment, a ventilator or something in her room, and there's no way for her to, like, no one ever knew the VIN number because the doctors don't talk about it, but that's fully explained because it was a lie. Like, no medical equipment has VIN numbers on the top of the medical equipment because it needs to be inspected by technicians, and so the VIN numbers are all accessible in the bottom. Secondly, ventilators aren't 7 feet tall. There was no medical corroboration from the hospital that this happened. This was just a story from some lady who was a professor, and there's no name of the doctor, no name of the patient, no name of the hospital, no corroboration. All of the different examples of the paper, all of these examples have been shown to be either explained naturally or false. There's no examples of them actually occurring.
I see. So what do you think about hyperianism? Have you thought about it? Have you heard about it?
What is hyperianism?
Hyperianism, well, it's a cult, quite literally. Started by Morg, I don't know if you heard about
the non-dualism YouTube guy. He's hilarious.
Yeah, he's really hilarious indeed. I actually, as far as Pantheism goes, I find his position to be quite good according to that particular line of reasoning. But yeah, he's also funny.
Yeah, so I think like Pantheism is perfectly legitimate, as in like the fundamental, like all of reality is divine or something like that. Like Spinoza was a pantheist. Einstein was a pantheist. Pantheism, there's a lot of versions. There's like naturalistic pantheism, which just is that nature is all that there is and nature is divine. So naturalistic pantheism is essentially just the scientific universe, more or less. So there's lots of versions of pantheism that are perfectly legitimate.
Yeah, what I meant by pantheism is that his version where the most fundamental fabric of reality is an agent is actually pretty sound, pretty well explained. That version of pantheism where it boils down to an agent that becomes finite. But yeah, there are many versions of pantheism. You have naturalism, pantheism, and all sorts of versions.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to think there's a mind at the basis of anything in the universe.
Sure. That's your prerogative. I think there is a 50-50 possibility, but yeah.
Any else questions, comments?
I have like a quick question about your naturalism. Does it extend to like moral naturalism as well? Do you think? So you think like, well, everything supervenes upon like the natural or whatever. But like, do you think empirical investigation is the way to figure out moral truths?
At the moment, no. Like we can't do it yet. But I think in the future, yes, we should be able to do it that way. Like I think that we can use different moral models to make predictions about what will happen, and that will give good evidence to indicate one over another. But we can't actually like verify empirically a moral principle yet. I think we will. I think it's going to be like a law of physics or some kind of emergent property in physics. So I think we will in the future, but not at the moment.
Yeah, I think like the fundamental problem there is just like an old one. Like, how do you get the first principle from like empirical investigation, right? That seems to be quite a lift.
Well, I would say it's more like there is some physical laws that affect all conscious agents in such a way that they lead to us having these principles. So the principles aren't in the law. The principles are a result of how the laws interact with our brains.
Right, but how do we know which principles to prefer or which ones are the correct ones?
Well, if we like had a detailed enough view of the law and how it interacted, we could know specifically the ones it gives us and specifically the ones it doesn't. And so we could know which ones are the correct ones and which ones are not.
I'm not persuaded.
We already know.
Well, I obviously I wouldn't expect you to be persuaded until we actually had empirical proof of this, and then it would be, yeah, sure. But until then, it's just hypothesis.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, but it seems to me like just the way that we do like moral reasoning these days, right? It doesn't seem to be like predicated on like empirically investigating like people's brain states and that sort of stuff. It's about like what you can demand of other people and that sort of thing.
Well, sure, but that's like in any field, the way that people thought about it 2,000 years ago had nothing to do with the way it works today. And so I don't think that's a good basis to conclude that that's the way it is, just because the way we do it now is like this.
Yeah, it could be like that, but like I don't know, like what's the word? Material eliminativism could be true. Like maybe our categories about mind are just incorrect, and we're just like the categories we used to think about agency are just like fundamentally in error. That's totally possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like,
and subjective morality is possible. Like there's all the different things are possible. So obviously if we had evidence one way or the other, that would be good, but we don't have evidence. So it's just a possibility right now.
Okay. I think I understand your position.
Cool. Thanks for the question.
Hey, T-Jump.
Yep.
Hi. I'm wondering if there's a hidden presupposition in the I think, therefore I am.
Okay. Let me give you, so the I think, therefore I am is a description of an experience. The experience exists without any presupposition. The experience is an object. It's an existing object like a rock. Rocks don't presuppose anything. They exist fine with no presuppositions. So my experience is like a rock. It exists, and there's no presuppositions in it. The only presuppositions are in my expression and descriptions of that thing. So since the argument is simply that I exist, and that's a thing that exists kind of like a rock, there are no presuppositions in my existence. The only presuppositions exist in the sentence that describes my existence.
Sure. There's a lot of presuppositions in how you construct the construct of existence.
Right.
Again, that's the words that express it, not the thing itself.
No, literally the concept itself, the category of things that exist.
Nope.
T-Jump, listen. Yeah, listen.
Go ahead.
T-Jump, well, what presumably this person is talking about is not the case about like what is really corresponding to reality, more likely our beliefs and knowledge about the fact.
I don't think so. I think he was arguing like depending on what existence actually is, that it could mean different things.
Right. I mean, remember yourself, like when you're actually referencing Cogito ergo sum, generally when people are pushing hard solipsism, and hard solipsism is literally about your assurance and your confidence about like on anything at all, right?
Well,
and your assurance and confidence is literally your faith or knowledge based. So I think that he was at least wanting help that way. That like
we can let him speak for himself. What did you mean, knowledge? guy who spoke? What did you mean?
Yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I was just having a discussion with my twin brother yesterday, and we like going into all these things, even though I'm not too philosophically well read. Anyway, he was saying that like we all come with a presupposition, because we were talking about like how dark doctrines will try to straw man people's positions and whatnot. At any rate, I was saying, well, I don't feel that we have a presupposition when we start at the basis of I think, maybe entailing the I am part, or there may be a presupposition there, and I was maybe confusing ontology and or whatever.
Epistemology.
But yeah, epistemology. And I think in the case of saying I think, of course, that I couldn't find any presupposition within that. And I was asking my brother, and he, of course, couldn't elaborate on one specific as well. And so by that conclusion, I was like, well, I can't find a presupposition in the I think statement part, nor do I feel I would even need to try to prove that to anybody who's, say, trying to pigeonhole me with a claim of an ontology or some shit. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So in the I think part, there is no presupposition.
Right. I couldn't find one.
And the I am part is just a restatement of the I think part. So it doesn't have a presupposition either. It's just phrased in such a way that it looks like an argument, but it's not. It's just a description of the I think. That's it.
Right. Well, I appreciate it.
Yep.
You help clarify it for sure, man.
Yep. Anytime. Thanks for the question. Anybody else?
So
Questions?
about the concept.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. About the concept of a dream. When you are dreaming, you're convinced that the dream world is real and everything.
I don't really want to go down that route again. If you're going to bring up the same thing about the reality thing that we talked about for like an hour before.
It's a different example though.
Well, if it's an example of the same thing, it's going to get to the same answer. So it's not really worth it.
Sure, but the answer like kind of pinpoints toward me winning the debate because
nope, I don't. We're not going to go back to that because I've already addressed it way too many times.
Sure. Just for the record, there's no way to know. So there you go.
Right. The humble position for any human is I don't know.
That doesn't create a preponderance in either direction.
So anybody else got any questions, comments, topics?
What's your take on moral objectivism?
Wait,
yeah, I got a question.
Go for it.
Yeah, so regardless of what religion you actually believe in, who's your favorite god?
I would say I like the Greek gods, the Roman gods, the Norse gods. Those guys are all really cool.
I think Vishnu's pretty cool, god of destruction. I would worship him if I wasn't atheist. Pretty based.
Dionysus, baby.
The drunk god.
You guys want to say that Jesus Christ is not cool?
He's kind of a beta, honestly. He lived to die. Like that was his shtick. I'm gonna go die for humanity. What a bitch. He didn't kill anyone.
Jesus Christ is based. Do you know why? And I actually believe Jesus Christ is just a man, for the record. But he's based because he's a very moral guy, and morality is very cool. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I have to talk about.
Obey your masters. That's kind of moral.
What? What did you say?
Jesus did say to obey your masters, and that's kind of moral, depending on how we cherry pick.
So it is very debatable whether what the fuck he even said. Like, I'm talking about the representation of Jesus. Well, I'm talking about a certain depiction of Jesus that, was aggressively moral. That's what I'm talking about. And he's very based because of that. And yeah, there are more depictions of Jesus than just one. I don't know.
Right.
I know. Yeah.
Well, I'd say that there are many more moral people who are more moral than Jesus was. And so, I mean, you can say moral people are based, and that's fine, but Jesus is definitely not more based than all of the other more moral people.
Well, sure, but you can say that there are more moral people, but he was also pretty moral, and he was aggressively so to the point where he believed in sacrificing yourself to your enemy, which is something that, very few people espouse, which is something extremely crazy and anti-life if you think about it, but moral nonetheless.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Also,
so I think that's like the
also,
James.
He's supposed to come back at the end of days and like kill a bunch of people, isn't he? So like his beta phase was like in the past.
Yes, but that's the crazy Christian schizophrenia part.
So what do you think about Jainism? So Jainism, the entire religion, everybody in the religions thinks you should always turn the other cheek and give yourself to your enemy. Like, and they were around longer than Christianity, so.
Oh, Jainism is extremely based. Yes, I love Jainism. I love Eastern religion. Yes, Jainism. Although I would not prescriptively follow Jainism, yes, it is extremely based to that point.
Yeah, I think they were more based than Jesus, because they said, like, put a cheesecloth over your mouth so you don't accidentally swallow a fly, don't step on a spider. Like they're extremely based, extremely moral. I think they're the most moral religion.
I'm not going to say which were moral. They are pretty comparable in my eyes, but yeah, Jainism is in the same ballpark, I would say. Taoism is a good balance between morality and pragmatism and everything else, I would say. To stray a little bit from the purely moralistic viewpoint.
Taoism seems more like just Stoicism to me.
Yeah, it's Stoicism. And it also has some, you know, Eastern cues and motifs, and which gives it certain flavor, I would say. But yeah, it is very close to Stoicism. That's true. It has more metaphysics than Stoicism. It has many facets, really. Stoicism is like one-off philosophy, or but Taoism has cosmology and stuff like that, and even occult and martial arts, which is pretty fucking cool.
It was mentioned about like 2 minutes or so ago that like Jesus coming back with his garment dipped in blood is the like the schizophrenic side of Christianity. Do you reject revelations? Is that what you're inferring?
Yes. Christianity is absolutely delusional.
Hold on, you're saying that in general, that you're not, because you're not a Christian, or I guess I was confused how you were tackling
it. So to me, it just doesn't seem like a sensible view of reality in metaphysics. Like, it just doesn't seem that way.
What, Christianity in general, or the part where what Revelations tries to say about
the cosmological part, the Trinity, not only the Trinity, but yes, the Revelation, Apocalypse, all these things. Although they could be pretty good analogies to social phenomena. That's a different thing, though. You know, like the cyclical social phenomena. Apocalypse could be like ends of governments which can get too tyrannical and stuff like that. You know, lots of analogies to be made, but in the cosmological sense, yes, it's bullshit.
How do you identify it? Like, what's your moral compass based on foundation?
A moral compass? Well, I'm a moral subjectivist and objectivist.
Wait, what?
Yes, I'm both. I think that moral objectivism and subjectivism is a false dichotomy. I feel like they're both the same. And yeah.
Aren't they literally mean the opposite of one another?
Sure, but in reality, they're pretty much both the same. So my argument would be that the subject presupposes the object, and the reverse is also true. So therefore, that's why there are also preponderances in morality. That's why most people agree that it's not okay to molest kids. That's just one example. So that's how I deal with objectivism and subjectivism.
So objective usually means like true, independent of any opinion, and subjective usually means true, dependent on opinion. So I don't think it can be both.
So I am talking about from the perspective of the self as such, not any independent morality, because that doesn't exist. Morality is created by the self as such, and the self presupposes both objectivism and subjectivism.
Okay, to me it just sounds like you're a subjectivist and there was no objective morality, because objective means like it exists independent of people.
I don't believe in that. Morality is something that we created. We are subjects.
Okay.
That's
that makes more sense.
However, there are, even in that paradigm, I can say there's objectivity because we are dependent upon objects to exist as such. And so there are preponderances and other things that, entail an activity with the object in the morality that we as subject generate. So yeah, it's a mishmash.
I feel like as a moral objectivist, you need to like intervene here or something. Like everyone admits that morality in some sense is like mind dependent, because like we're talking about agents, and so we're talking about minds. Like the question is about whether like human beings can just like make up moral laws like willy-nilly. And so like it's sort of just an act of creation in the way that like art can just be an act of like raw creation, or whether there are like constraints on like the kinds of things that human beings can declare moral or immoral.
Well, I would disagree with that 1 sec. So most philosophers think that morality is true independent of people. It's not subjective on people.
Right. The truth is like, if you're taking a more objectivist stance, is going to be independent of opinion.
Yeah.
And it's going to be independent of people in the sense that people can't just declare this or that moral or immoral. It has to depend on some like thing that determines it independently of people's like happenstance, desires, and that sort of thing.
I don't think happenstance desires would be contingent on people, and that would make it subjective. Or is that like, were you giving that as an example of people?
I'm just saying, like ontologically, right? We're talking about like a mind-dependent phenomenon, but just because like it's mind-dependent on an ontological level, right, doesn't mean that the truths about morality are going to be subjective. Like the facts about psychology, right, are ontologically dependent upon minds, but there are objective statements you can make about minds, right? And those statements about like suffering or like color perception, those are objectively true. And they're not merely like subjective in a more willy-nilly sort of sense.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that most philosophers would say that like the truth statements of morality exists independently of the existence of minds. So like what it's true that killing babies is wrong exists as propositional content that's true independent of any minds existing. It's still going to be wrong, like in all universes.
Yeah, the truth. So like we're shifting more into like the sort of, I don't know if there's like a word for it, like the alethic sense of objectivity, as opposed to like the ontological standing of morality, right? So ontologically dependent on subjects, but like alethically objective in the sense that like doesn't depend on like human beings' opinion, I guess.
Well, yeah, I'd say that it's ontologically independent of humans, and then it affects humans. So it affects minds, but it exists ontologically. It exists independent of minds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if like everyone is going to agree to like that characterization, because like suppose there's a world in which there are no minds. Are you going to say that like there are still moral truths with respect to like that universe?
Yes.
Even when there's like no minds and no like interesting.
So because that's typically the point of moral realism, is that the propositional statement, it's wrong to drown or whatever, is true even if there are no minds. It's just a truth about the universe. It's a true fact about reality, like A equals A or 1 + 1 = 2. It's not true because there are minds. It's true because it's a part of the universe.
And it pertains to the conditions of the organisms described in that proposition.
Yeah. So like obviously if it's a fish, you're drowning it, not as big of a deal.
Yes. So basically that's what I believe in a way what I described earlier. Yeah, I do believe that these are intrinsic to the state of being. It's not just because we say so, because we deem so. No, it's because we are so. Like.
What do you mean by we are so? I don't understand.
Well, basically what Tija meant, that moral facts also pertain strongly to the state of being rather than the statements about being or about the moral statements itself. So it's wrong to drown because the action itself.
What does the term drown mean?
I think what he's saying is that morality is contingent on what your physical body is, and so like if you're a fish and someone holds you underwater, that's perfectly fine and it's not immoral. But if you're like a human and you need air, then it becomes immoral. So I think he means that morality is contingent on the physical things that will affect your body.
Okay.
Well, my own morality is that it's first and foremost contingent on our statements, but it is highly based on objective states of being. So when we say that it's wrong to kill, sure, but what are we referring to? We are referring to a real state that happens, someone stabbing you, and that is real. That is, I mean, the statement itself is also real to an extent, but I mean, it is real, but it also feeds into a greater objective realm, so to speak. It's not just a statement, as some people would say. First, some subjectivists say that, oh, morality is subjective because there is no universal truth. Well, that's stupid to say. Of course, there is no universal truth, but that doesn't mean morality is not also objective.
But objective to what? To be objective, don't you have to have a standard? I guess.
I know you have to have to have an objective. Yeah, you need to have a standard. But the guy was saying about knives. Some of the dude just jumped in the middle and said his own subjective objective thing. What's the topic? I don't understand.
Well, I just asked King to talk a little bit about his moral.
Okay, you did. So did you hear what had happened before?
So let's make it very, very simple. So I say stabbing people is wrong. Now, why do I say that? Because I have a body, because I live in a context where there are other human beings with bodies that can be stabbed. Now, bodies are independent of mind and of my statement that is wrong or right to stab
everybody will
bodies.
agree with you. I think
So
everybody will agree with you.
But
But
basically, there is the
what
subjective.
do you,
Wait a moment. There is the subjective element. It's wrong to stab bodies, but there is also the objective element. What makes a body even generate a self that would say
I
that
think
it's
you're
wrong to be
confusing
stabbed.
yourself, sir.
That's what I'm saying. And basically, the object creates the self, and then the self deems what is immoral or immoral. But it doesn't happen without the object. So that's objectivity and
basically
morality
what you're doing
from my point of view.
So from your point of view, what you're doing is you're giving, you're bringing up a topic which is about stabbing, and then also you are giving the answers of why people stab.
I'm giving the what? Can you please repeat that?
You're also giving the answers of why people are stabbing.
No, I think all I'm saying is that morals come from subjects. Subjects are dependent on objects. So therefore, there's objectivity and morality because of that relation. That's all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying.
And that makes a difference to who?
What necessarily grounds those morals?
Yeah, but the moral part is still subjective. I think you just admitted that, right? So your
Yes, but the subject, the self, the subject. I deem the subject to be the self, not just some sort of philosophical independent subject. No, the self presupposes the object. So therefore, the object is necessary in morality by default. That's all I'm saying. The
But
self is more than
hold on.
the
What I'm trying to
subject.
get down to is your morals is what you choose it to be. Yes, you've described the objectivity of needing a body and what happens if a body is stabbed, but you are the one that's deciding it would be bad to perform the action. So how would you convince others? Like
You would not convince others. Others would have different variations pertaining to their subjectivity. That's the extent at which it goes. You wouldn't convince others. That's not the point.
But then, if you can't convince others, you risk your own moral subjectivity being violated. If you can't convince me to follow your rules, I will come stab you if I don't think it's a big deal.
Sure. I don't think it would be violated because you are still dependent on objectivity, and yourself that deems these moral propositions, whether they are right or wrong, are still dependent on objectivity. So you are still working on the same firmament as me.
I guess what I was trying to get you to is do you see a problem in that
No. I feel like it's perfectly valid to say that morality can be both objective and subjective, at least according to the definitions I have provided.
I guess like the issue here might be like you're recognizing like the subject to like determine morality in a certain sense. But then with respect to like the intersubjective power of morality, you're saying that, well, it just might not be there, while we tend to associate objectivity with the ability to like garner intersubjective agreements.
Everything I just said is very compatible with what you just said, and it doesn't invalidate anything that I said.
Right. So like your sense of objectivity just doesn't entail or like imply that people will like agree or converge.
But Jesus Christ is Lord.
It doesn't entail at all. It doesn't entail at all that people should agree or that there is a universal. So people conflate universal with objective. They are not the same thing. There's no.
So let me ask you this: how do you consider yourself right? Do you think whatever subjective rules you are following, do you believe that they're right? So therefore, others should follow? Because you're saying others don't need to, but like, what would you fight for?
I'm not saying they are right. I'm not saying they are right in the sense that they are universal. I'm saying they are right by virtue of the fact that I deem them to be right, and I am self, which is embedded into objectivity. But everyone is right in that sense, in the sense that we're all sharing the same firmament. So yeah, no, I would say yeah, we're all right in that sense, but it's still
because a follow-up could be like, could I convince you? Like if we were to compare notes,
made no sense.
If we could compare notes, could I convince you to maybe follow mine, for instance, or
Do
would
elaborate.
you say part of your
Well,
framework would be to
explain
never?
what you just said. Explain what you just said.
Let me give you an example. So let's take a fire hose. Let's take a beer. These are different things. However, they are both, objective, or they're both in the same reality. That's so the fact that they are both in the same reality and they are both objective is the part that I'm saying that morality is objective. However, the fact that they are different is the part that I'm saying that morality is subjective. That's all I'm saying.
So all you've done is just stated the obvious. What
Yes,
have you
but
brought
if it's
unique to the table?
Unique. Well, unique. I have shattered the false dichotomy between subjective and objective.
How did you shatter the false economy?
Because there's no such thing. A subject is both the object and everything that makes the subject.
Let me ask a question. So, if I imagine a unicorn, like my imagined idea of a unicorn is objective, but unicorns are still subjective. They subjectively only exist in my mind, right?
Unicorns, yes, it is a concept that exists in your mind. Yes.
So isn't that the same as morality? It's a concept, a subjective concept like a unicorn, and there's no objectivity.
No, not really, because even in the example with the unicorn, it is still, even though it's imaginary, you could think about it, and your mind is, part of ontology. So therefore, there is some, the image of a unicorn is ontologically sound, although it's not real in the sense that you are real.
Right. So that means the unicorns aren't objective. The idea of a unicorn is objective. So like the idea of morality is objective, but morality isn't objective, just like the unicorn isn't objective. Just the idea of morality is objective.
No, not the idea.
Your point is
That's
no, okay.
exactly,
Your point is, sir.
That's really not a good example. That's not a good
I
example.
thought that was a slam dunk. You got you in a corner with that one. Hold on, you better address that.
No, a unicorn is an imaginary being. It is imaginary. There is no such thing as a unicorn.
Yes.
Yes, there is no such thing as a unicorn. So what I'm saying is that morality is generated by subjects. However, subjects as such, meaning a self as such, is in needing of objective truth. It needs objective reality to exist as a subject. You need that to exist. You're not a subject in a vacuum. So because you need that, you have certain propensities, you have certain, your very idea of morality is independent on objectivity, the objectivity that generates you. So that's completely antithetical to the example you
Well,
just gave.
how is that different? How is that different if I just said my idea of a unicorn is objective, my idea is contingent on objective unicorns actually existing? That seems like it would be analogous to what you just said.
Yeah, it was a perfect analogy because it's a thought similar to how what you choosing not to stab someone is a thought. Like that doesn't have, like, you keep repeating yourself saying exists in actual reality. Is this there's mass around us. So your idea that you shouldn't stab someone isn't physical in your world, does not have mass. So by your own definition isn't objective, right? That's where he's trying to lead you. Spoiler alert. All right, I guess we'll drop the mic there. I don't know if I need to repeat myself because, yeah, we're starting to get kind of Inception on our own asses here.
The only worldview that necessarily gives us the preconditions for logic is the Christian one.
Citation needed.
Citation needed. I love it.
Yeah, where's your source on that? I want primaries.
The Bible.
Why should I care about what the Bible says?
I don't.
Primary source for all the.
Which translation? Give me the print house. What year was
King
it?
JV, baby.
Why should I care about what the Bible says, though? For real.
That's the
because
one.
it is the necessary precondition for all known laws of logic.
Can you please provide me a justification for that claim?
Yeah, sure. Go to guest text.
So
actually, just go to voice links.
What are the preconditions of intelligibility?
I'll just send the article and voice links.
You're asking him a question he can't actually answer.
Well, I think he's a troll. I don't think he's a precept. He's just trolling.
No, of
but
course not. Yeah, I get it.
I had a precept in here earlier. You were talking for like an hour.
I find that engaging with precept arguments are impossible because by engaging and using their terminology, you've already granted them power in the conversation.
I actually find that fun. I find it really fun to try and accept their worldview. So what I say is like, okay, so imagine I'm a Christian just like you. I'm a precept just like you. We're in heaven. God is over there to the left. We can literally see him. All right, now show me what the preconditions of intelligibility are. And I think it's fun to go through their logic tree and to get them to realize that it doesn't actually work.
I got disconnected, by the way, but go on.
The only precondition for intelligibility has been sent in the voice links chat.
That's a potato.
Is it a picture of somebody's butt? Because that's my precondition.
Anybody else got any topics?
King, I was pushing back to you, King, that a thought is not physical in the world. And I think
I got disconnected. I'm back. Okay, where did I left off? I got disconnected immediately.
You said he shouldn't equivocate a unicorn since it objectively doesn't exist in reality. But his point was try to make you admit that so is your thought about what you should do. Because the whole thing started with what's your moral code. So what are you going to say you should and shouldn't do? Those are just thoughts. Those aren't. They don't have mass. They don't exist objectively in your world. Ergo, it is similar to his unicorn example in my sight. I mean, counter me if you disagree.
Unicorn example. A unicorn?
Yeah, do you remember? So my example was if I think of a unicorn.
I missed it.
Yes, so I think he was asking like, what is the unicorn example? So the unicorn example was that. Oh shit, I'm muted. Yeah, where is my? Okay, so you asked the unicorn example was when I said, if I imagine a unicorn, unicorns don't objectively exist. The thought of a unicorn objectively exists, and likewise, if you imagine morality, the thought of morality objectively exists, but morality doesn't objectively exist. So it seems like when you keep saying morality is both subjective and objective, all you're saying is that morality is like a unicorn. It's just the idea of morality objectively exists, but the thing itself doesn't.
Or at least the justification for it existing isn't just that the thought exists. Right? So if you're going to say because you can think of it, it must exist, well, that doesn't apply to everything. And if you can't show that it applies to morality or whatever, then your argument is flawed. Anyway.
King, are you still there, or did you get disconnected again?
His brain short-circuited, man. You blew up his whole logic.
Sorry, my kid came in. What's up?
King Ashura was the guy we were talking to. I think he's gone.
The fucking internet. It's the fucking internet. It always fucking goes down. Okay, so what was I saying?
Have you tried praying about it?
What was I saying the last time?
Okay, so we're talking about.
Wait, did you listen to what he said?
No, he disconnected.
I think that's more important.
He disconnected.
Yes, I 100%. Yes, I 100% listen. So here's what I said: the unicorn. So
Wait,
the unicorn analogy. Yep, the unicorn analogy is perfect. Yes, there is objectivity in the unicorn in that particular sense.
T-jump, is that the real T-jump? Oh my god.
No, it's a fake T-jump.
Yeah, so yes, in that sense, it's a very good analogy. A unicorn is partially objective, yes.
That is the T-jump from the debating community, the fictional one, aren't you?
No.
Oh my god.
You use that same line every time you enter the room. That's the second time today I've heard you use that.
What line? What?
Spade. He was talking to Mr. Batman earlier. I think you said nigh on this identical thing earlier when you came in a few hours ago. Is that your opening move?
Yeah, that kid's an anime troll. Ignore him.
He's just a super fan of all the YouTube debaters. Obsessed with them.
So Ziggy, what do you have to say about what I just said?
Well,
I admit,
I don't know. You were
admit
disagreeing
that-
with him, so I thought you were a little bit in error, and you did. You just backpedaled and corrected yourself. So there's no disagreement anymore.
He just agreed. He said, "Yeah, unicorns are objectively real when you think of them," and that's like, well,
Yes.
okay then.
Not necessarily objectively real, but they are tangentially objectively real by virtue
What
of
does
the
that
mind.
even mean?
That means something very nuanced that I probably don't have the time to explain right now.
Oh yeah, you couldn't break it down for my dumb brain about how unicorns are actually real. Okay.
Because you think about them.
That doesn't mean
They're
they're
real because you
Just-
think about
just-
them.
That doesn't mean they're real. That
Yes,
just
and
means
did you
the
agree with
body-
his follow-up point? And so therefore,
Wait, is this guy like Christian?
Therefore, Ziggy.
No,
what
he's
did you
not a
say?
Christian.
Would you also agree with the point he made after that? And so therefore, so is morality. Just like how a unicorn is only real in your mind, your moral compass is only real in your mind that you have chosen. Because you were trying to make claims that it existed both in and out, objectively and subjectively. That's what we're talking about for anyone who came late.
They are both having the mind as a medium inextricably tied with objectivity in a very, very continuum-based sense, continuum-based sense. That
But I
doesn't
guess the
mean
direct question would be:
that's not a zero-sum game.
Is the morality coming into the objective part space, or is that staying solely over in the objective side?
I think he's saying both do. I think he's saying that unicorns objectively exist because you think about them, just like morality does. I think he's saying that they're both objective now because you think about them.
So because your mind is inextricably tied with objectivity, unicorns have a degree of objectivity to them, just as morality. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Objectively in the mind. I'm in agreement there. I'm talking about objectively in the objective world. I thought you were trying to say it also existed out there. That's what I thought I heard you say earlier. Maybe that's my mistake.
No, that is not the same thing. So the mind needs objectivity, so everything you think with your mind is also a bit objective. That's what I'm saying. Very simple. The mind is not just a mind, it's like a whole self. It needs the entire reality to exist by definition. And that includes objectivity, and that means everything you think is also inextricably tied with objectivity in a very, very volatile, ephemeral sense, if not directly or completely embodying objectivity.
All right. Well, thanks for breaking that down, man.
But I would say morality even more so, probably like sexual desire. Like it's more real, it's more there than a unicorn. It's a spectrum, really.
What about sexual desire? Go ahead, tell us some of your morals in regards to sexual desire.
Well, I don't have any prescriptive morals in respect to that. I just used it as an example that it's also objective, even though it happens subjectively. It's objective because it also includes things as your hormones and stuff like that. So it would be a good example on the spectrum of objectivity. From the unicorn, actually from the square circle to the unicorn, to the morals, to the sexual desire. That being said, there is no moral in my book to sexuality. You can fuck whoever you want.
Even someone's wife? You'd fuck my wife if she'd let you?
No, because I'm personally disgusted by that, so no, I wouldn't. But yeah, I think that would be a little.
Well,
bit
obviously, in my hypothetical, you wouldn't know me. I was a stranger. We would have never have talked or interacted.
Okay. If I wouldn't know, depends how I feel. But it wouldn't be moral if I don't know.
That's good to know.
It depends on how you feel. Like it was not objective, but perhaps subjective.
It's subjective and objective.
Yeah,
and
it seems
at the same time.
That seems like a cop out, man. I don't know. You're like objectively it happened, and like subjectively, nothing was wrong because I said so.
Yes, no, but you weren't aware of it, so the component, the subjective component wasn't there. So like that.
Well, I guess it would have to do with first we would have to start off that we just have like a different view towards the ritual of what is marriage. That's kind of where
there are so many views. I'm not negating any of them. There are so many views. They are all valid, although subjective. They're all like the
so how would you
variation.
let's take it there for a second. How would you view marriage? Because like if you quote unquote married a female, would you view it as an offense against you if some other man had sex with your quote unquote wife?
What if I fucked a married woman? What?
No. If let's say in the future we'll fast forward and you were married.
Okay.
Like I'm trying to figure out how you view marriage. So you might tell me I don't even believe in marriage. I just get together with women. I'm not sure. So I am assuming that you maybe would have some view of what marriage is to you, and I'm asking in that view, would you allow your woman to go have sex with another man, or would that be an offense against you?
No, I wouldn't, because
A moral
that's just
offense,
my preference is not. So it boils down to my preference. I wouldn't want it because that's not my preference. My preference is not.
You gay.
Your preference would be. Hold on, I just want to make sure.
I know I'm
your
gay,
preference
but
would be not to have somebody else sleep with a woman that you quote unquote married. Is that what I'm following you?
I would,
quote unquote.
Yes, I wouldn't want an open relationship.
So then you would disagree with one of these tenets: do unto others as you want done to yourself. You would disagree with that?
Generally speaking, that's a bit reductionistic, but generally speaking, that's a pretty good rule. But that's a bit reductionistic, really, because some people might have different standards. Like what I would hate to myself, some people might love themselves. So that's okay.
Gay.
Yes, I'm gay, but not because of what I just said, but because I am.
Ask me how I knew you were gay.
I don't know. You just said that I'm gay, and you probably guessed right, but it doesn't matter. So.
No, ask me how I knew you were gay.
Get to the. Let's go back to an actual point. Like, not waste time on a troll.
I'm not. First of all, I'm a fucking shogun, dude. I don't fucking troll.
Troll.
I'm a shogun.
Can we ban the troll?
Anyway, so what's the main point, Ziggy?
I won't get banned.
What was the overarching point there?
Well, I was just trying to understand how you view marriage, test, you know, Socratically
sure.
test, try to figure out how you
Yes.
wield your system in different
I'm
scenarios.
monogamous. I'm monogamous. I don't like open relationships.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I will tell you gotta I will give you some friendly advice to tune up that moral code. If you do think it's acceptable, like granted, I know like the situation would vary. Like you might not know the status of a woman's marital situation when you get involved with them. But I thought I was trying to be direct when I asked you. You do know, like you know she's married. Would you sleep with her? And all you said is it depends just how you feel.
No,
Which
no.
I don't know.
I
That
said
could be right. That could be
no,
wrong. But
no. I said I don't know. I thought you said that I don't know. If I don't know, then that's okay. If I know, then no. Actually,
okay.
No,
Well,
no.
thanks for
I
clarifying.
thought you said that I don't know. No. In
Well,
that
so
case,
what I was talking about with not knowing was like you didn't know me, because I think at first when you were answering the question, like
no.
you probably wouldn't have done it just because like we've had an interaction, so that would just be weird. So that's why.
No, I misunderstood.
That's
you then.
gay.
Yeah. All right. At least you're consistent. That's better. That's more reassuring to hear when some consistency, you know.
Although it's not necessarily about morality, it's about preference. I wouldn't say that my monogamy stems from morality per se. It's more about preference. Also, it's not that bad to fuck someone else's wife. It's bad to cheat, so it's bad on her part, but not that much on mine. But yeah, anyway.
That's gay.
Hey, Taco, are you still here? Can you kick the troll?
He absolutely can't kick me because I'm not a fucking troll. Fuck
Snack, stop saying that and stop trolling, man.
you. Why is he being gay then?
I'm muted on my end.
What do you want to talk about, Snack?
Yeah, we had to meet that troll anyway. Like we're saying, the necessary preconditions for all intelligibility.
Let's pick Snack's mind. He wants to be heard. Let me hear you. What's up, bro? What you doing? How you living?
Snack's a clear, obvious, presuppositionalist troll.
Hey, Taco, what's up?
Hey.
Taco, it's Oryx. How you doing, man? It's good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
T-Jump, it's nice to hear from you. I've been watching your debates on Modern Day Debate, so I really appreciate your content, so thank you for that.
Thanks, appreciate it.
You're doing good work.
Thanks.
I'm an atheist as well, so.
Thanks.
Yeah, I've been watching T-Jump.
Check out my YouTube channel, not Modern Day Debate, because mine's better than Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, I was watching the debate. I watched a debate with you had with I think it was James Hake from the Hake Report or something like that.
Yep.
And so you know who he's from? He's from
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yep, I've met him.
And I don't know. For me, I watch his channel. Well, not his JLP channel, but there's this sub channel called Get a Job, and basically it's like a compilation of like basically Jesse Lee Peterson savage moments. It's honestly it just, for me, I use it as it's funny because it's so crazy. But at the same time, I use it to be like, you know what? I woke up. I'm not crazy today. Good. You know, it's just some of the stuff that Hake says, or Lee Peterson, like, oh, that no such thing as racism, and like civil rights was the worst thing that happened to black people. I'm like, bro, come on, man.
Yeah, Hake says some strange things.
I don't know, just I don't know how you're able to debate a guy like that. T-Jump.
He's actually a really nice guy. Like, I went to dinner with him in Texas.
I think it was James Hake on Modern Day Debate. I think it was about. I forgot about the topic. It was like a month ago, I think.
Yeah, it was a panel. We were discussing like I think it was either critical race theory or something like that.
Yeah.
T-Jump, I have a question.
Tom, I'm actually
I've been unmuted. I forgot I got to record myself whenever I'm dealing with Taco.
Out of all the Christians you've debated, who's the one that you think is like the most intelligent?
So most intelligent Christian, Rob Coons is way up there. Josh Rasmussen is way up there. I've talked to a lot of really big philosophers who are really smart. I think
you can use the word intelligent and Christian in the same sentence.
Right?
What were their arguments though?
Like, you wouldn't say someone's dumb for being a Christian, Tom.
Yeah, no, I'd say that their brain malfunctions in a way that makes them easily susceptible to religious programming, and that's a malfunction of the human brain.
T-Jump, your thoughts on Alex Stein after his?
Oh, Alex Stein is hilarious. He is a troll, but he is a hilarious troll.
Speaking of which,
I got a question. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So how do you justify atheism? Why not agnosticism?
Because I think that every human, the vast majority of human ideas are purely things that are made up in the mind. They don't correspond to reality. So until evidence is presented for a God, it's rational to conclude it's just a made up thing in the human imagination.
Well, he said agnosticism, not agnosticism. So
I don't know.
I mean, I'm speaking.
So
You, hang on. I'm in the middle of saying something, so you guys can shut the fuck up and listen to what I have to say. So the difference between agnosticism, atheism, and agnosticism are important and distinct, right? I am an atheist because I do not believe in the existence of a God or gods. Now, I'm also an agnostic in the sense that I would say that it's possible God exists, and I just have never seen any evidence of it. So you know, a lot of this is largely semantics. So most atheists philosophically aren't technically atheists, but I think what he asked about was agnosticism, not agnosticism. Am I correct, or did I mishear?
Well, I mean, I meant agnosticism, but I'm curious.
Okay, so you said agnosticism. So
well,
for those who don't, for those who don't know what agnosticism is, it's the idea that the concept of a God is too unintelligible to even begin discussing.
I don't think that's the case.
I don't think he meant that. I think he meant the one that starts with an A. Is an
okay.
apple.
Agnosticism is just that's dealing with knowledge. Like, you could say, if you say I don't know if there's a God exists, then you're an agnostic.
Just say you haven't been convinced. Is that best?
Well, then because it also theism deals with belief. And Gnosticism deals with knowledge.
Well, that's not actually true. So in philosophy, that is incorrect. In philosophy, agnosticism is any position that you just say you don't know. Atheism is the position you say God does not exist in philosophy, in academic philosophy.
That's why I was saying most people who call themselves atheists philosophically aren't atheists, but I got interrupted by some stupid cunt.
So the guy asked me, how do I justify my atheism? And I said, the reason I think God does not exist is because most human concepts are things that don't correspond to reality. They're things people just made up. So it's rational until that evidence is provided.
Mulder, fix your shit. Mulder, fix your shit.
Until evidence is actually provided, it's rational to conclude that it's just an idea that humans have made up. Therefore, you conclude there is no God.
So
I wouldn't assert that there is no God. I'd say that there probably is
have evidence for them.
What?
Basically, you only believe in things that have evidence provided for them.
Yeah, sort of. So if they're claimed to exist outside of the imagination, then you need evidence outside of the imagination that they exist. Like 1 + 1 = 2, you don't need evidence for that. A = A. I have imagined a unicorn. Anything imaginary, you don't actually need any external evidence for. Only for things you claim actually exist externally.
So, like, we don't have evidence that aliens exist yet.
Yep.
We don't have evidence that we're all part of
it
a
depends on the
simulation
size of the claim,
because of an alien computer technology or anything like that. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. That was my interpretation.
Yeah. So again, if it's just any idea that came up within the human mind, is most likely just an idea in the human mind and nothing more. So you can say for any idea that humans have come up with, it's probably just something in their head and doesn't correspond to reality until it has evidence.
T-Jump, are you a foundationalist?
Foundationalist? You mean like how knowledge is grounded on some foundation?
Well, yeah, basically like that you presuppose like the foundations of logic, like, the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of exclusive middle.
I am a foundationalist, but my foundationalism is based on the cogito ergo sum. I don't presuppose logic. I get logic from the cogito.
Well, if you could explain that, I never heard that. If you could
I think, therefore, I am. This Descartes.
Yes.
Right, I got a hypothetical for you.
So wait. So the guy asked for how I get logic from the cogito. So I think therefore I am is describing my experience. I have an experience like I'm seeing a TV right now, and that experience is an existing object, like a rock. It doesn't presuppose anything. It just exists. And then when I experience that, I make up a language to describe that experience. Like, oh, the TV is the TV. The camera is the camera. And then I can make analytic descriptions of the things I'm describing. So as A = A, object is object and not itself, law of identity, law of non-contradiction. And so logic follows from the pattern and the way I'm describing what I'm experiencing. And that's how I can get logic from the cogito.
Oh, so logic for you is, logic starts out for you as a process, which turns into an actual thing.
Logic is a formal language. It describes the things we exist and how our process works.
Like math.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, here, I got a hypothetical that I just came up with from our previous discussion. Let's say you have two people, and one of them says there's a beetle under this rock. And you say, well, how do you know that? Well, I'm just guessing. And then you say, well, I think there isn't a beetle under the rock. You know, like, my question is like, how does that...
How does that relate to my previous claim? So because we already have lots of empirical evidence of beetles, it would be reasonable to believe there's a beetle under a rock. But if you said there's a unicorn under the rock, I would be reasonable to say, no, there is literally no unicorn under the rock. So it only applies to claims that don't already have evidence. Like if you claim something that has evidence, like beetles existing, then yeah, that already has evidence. So the difference between implicit and explicit evidence, like if you said, I saw a dog. Dogs have a lot of implicit empirical evidence that you haven't mentioned in your statement. But if I said I saw a unicorn, unicorn has no implicit evidence at all. So God is like the unicorn claim. So if anyone makes a claim like I have a unicorn and there's no implicit evidence, you are rational to completely reject it and say no, you just made it up. But if there's already
I'd even take it one step further. So I'd say context. And so if somebody told me they say a dog, they saw a dog. Yes, that's a reasonable. I've seen a dog before too. But if we're both like on top of Mount Everest, and somebody says, "I just saw a dog run by," I think that's highly unlikely. So it's not even just like whether or not something exists; it's whether or not something exists in the context which you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean that's true too, but I think that's a more specific than you need to be. Like I think just in the context of the conversation, the only difference you really need to make is there implicit evidence of it anywhere, and then that's good enough to make the distinction for the God claim.
Has there been confirmed witnesses of beetles on rocks?
Yes.
Well, the reason why I think it matters
just in general, like you said.
Have you guys ever heard
beetles
of
just in
Graham
general.
Hancock?
It's the category of beetles.
You guys, the reason why it matters, the context matters, is you guys ever heard of a guy named Graham Hancock?
Yes.
Okay, Graham Hancock says that we know that the Earth is young because we could tell that the pyramids existed before the flood happened. And the reason why we know that the pyramids existed before the flood happened is because you can see these erosion patterns. It looked just like if it was if it was being eroded by water, right? So when I say context matters, this is an example of context mattering. So do we have any reason to believe that even though these erosion patterns can be caused by water, do we have any other reason to believe that water caused these erosion marks?
Well, so context only matters in disputes between empirical claims that already have evidence. If your claim doesn't even have evidence yet, like of a god or a unicorn or a leprechaun, you don't need to talk about the context. It doesn't matter. So it only matters once you get into that distinction of different kinds of empirical evidence.
Well, all I was trying to say is that it seems to me like reasonable to look at the surrounding evidence, right? Not just pointing,
only if you need to.
But hang on. Because it's so often, and flat earthers also do this, I kind of lump them all together, that they will ignore any other evidence outside from this one narrow thing that they're talking about. Can water make the erosion marks that we observe? Possibly. So is it not possible that the pyramids existed before the great biblical flood, and this therefore confirms the biblical flood and all that kind of stuff? No, because the wider context disputes this fact. And so I think the context does somewhat matter to this regard.
So, just for the record, Graham Hancock doesn't believe in a young Earth.
One sec. So,
well, he believes in a lot of stupid shit. And I wouldn't be surprised.
It's different topic. So that only matters. The context only matters if you're. Hold on 1 sec. So the context only matters if you're talking about things that already have empirical evidence, like flat Earth, things on the pyramid. If you're talking about things that have no evidence whatsoever, like unicorns, leprechauns, God, you don't need to analyze the empirical context. It doesn't matter at that point because you haven't gotten to the stage where you actually need to look at the different evidences. You're just like, yeah, you don't have any evidence yet.
Okay, so Graham Hancock believes in a young civil. He's not a young Earth creationist. He's a young civilizationist. So the difference is he thinks that there were these ancient civilizations that existed in the past. So he thinks that the pyramids are much older than they actually are, right?
They are much older than that.
They're not much older than they actually are. I tell you what, that would be very impressive. If they were actually much older than they are, that would be impressive.
Oh, the
So-
pyramid may not
do
be,
you
but
think
isn't
they
there
are?
evidence the Sphinx might be? I don't know. I thought-
He points to erosion marks on. This is an example of how this fucking moron Mulder fell for it, right? So there's this belief. He points at. First of all, he's not an archaeologist, and I don't want to diverge too much because we're talking about like different things. But Graham Hancock is a pseudo archaeologist. No training whatsoever in either erosion patterns, in Egyptology, nothing. He knows nothing, but he writes books about it. But the point is, right, he says that due to these erosion marks on the pyramids, these were caused by water and not by just sand blasting up against it. Therefore, all this place was once underwater. But he ignores literally every bit of evidence that says that this isn't true. For example, these same erosion marks can be made and have been made very visibly by wind and sand. It's not just water that can make these marks. And there's no other external evidence suggesting that this area was once underwater. No geologic evidence,
Underwater
no archaeological evidence.
Isn't there chambers that are hold on, just interject for a second. You correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't there chambers to this day that like are submerged in water that they have to pump out if they want to explore? I only say that to say like, isn't that?
I don't know, but
area
not to my knowledge in Egypt.
Yes, there are. So there are underwater wells. That's how plants get their water in the desert.
Well,
there
wells,
are,
but he's talking about like these pyramids and stuff.
Well, yeah. So the wells. Hold up. So yes, there are those underwater wells, and they can seep into structures that have been built, and then you need to pump them out to get to the structures. Yes, that does happen.
Also, if you like build these pyramids relatively close to water sources, which is where civilizations tend to crop up, relatively close to like rivers and shit.
Yep.
Yeah. So just to say there is maybe precedent. You may disagree with it, but I'm just trying to like follow you.
But the question here is whether or not the pyramids themselves were submerged. There is no evidence of the pyramids being submerged. There's evidence that there are chambers that are underwater, quote unquote, but that's just more of the thing like flooding rather than the entire pyramid actually being submerged.
Yeah, again, to be clear, I was bringing up examples of just the Sphinx strictly. To your point, I've heard nothing of the pyramids being submerged. I was talking about
the Sphinx like follows the same logic though. You build you build something near a water source, it's probably
well. That was the point that was tossed out. Is the Sphinx older than the pyramids? Because
for the record, Graham Hancock doesn't make the claim himself. He cites papers by Robert Schoch and Robert Bouval, who are archaeologists and geologists, who've studied the erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure wall, which has been determined to be water caused, not wind caused.
No, you're lying. Now you're lying. Why are you lying for Graham Hancock?
I'm not lying.
You are literally lying for. He literally says aliens built the pyramids. Stop lying for Graham Hancock.
We're not talking about the pyramid. He's talking about
say anything about that.
I'm telling you that he doesn't. Well, if it doesn't matter. Listen, if I cite
it does
fucking
matter, because if you ignore Graham Hancock,
if you cite something, if you cite incorrect information incorrectly, then you're still full of fucking shit.
I know nothing of Graham Hancock. I don't understand. I don't understand why we're talking about Graham Hancock.
Yes, Graham Hancock is a pseudo-intellectual, pseudo-archaeologist who knows nothing about what he talks about. And the fact that Mulder's willing to defend him is pretty embarrassing for Mulder.
Why are we talking about these people? This doesn't matter.
All right, here's for those who are curious, check out. Here's a good Scientific American article about Graham Hancock.
Yeah, sure. So is the paper that Graham is citing saying that the Sphinx was underwater, or that the erosion caused in certain chambers is due to water erosion?
No, he's talking about erosion patterns on the pyramids. That's what I'm talking about.
No, it's.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I've watched a video of him do it.
I'm asking Mulder. So Mulder, what is the paper saying?
So the paper states that basically the enclosure wall around the Sphinx, because the Sphinx is sort of in like a pit, and the wall adjacent to the Sphinx has significant erosion on it that, according to the geologists and archaeologists that wrote the papers, that erosion could only have been caused by water. So they determined
Did you cite the paper?
I don't know where the paper off the top of my head, but it's Robert Bouval and Robert Schock, I believe, are the two gentlemen that are involved in the
Can't you just
paper.
put the paper in guest text?
I don't have access. It's not like I have it handy. I'm on an iPhone.
Fair enough. So Robert who?
Robert M.
Bouval
Shaw. That's
and Robert
SCHOCH.
Schock.
Okay, so Robert Shaw.
SCHOCH.
Can you guys like look him up and see if he's like actually qualified and what the paper?
He is an American Associate Professor of Natural Sciences. So that does not have much to do with Egypt. But he might know something about erosion. Hang on, but he might know something about erosion patterns. But he's still fucking wrong. Because these exact same erosion patterns are seen and can be caused by fucking wind.
Okay,
and you're ignoring
he's making the claim that they can
evidence
only
in
be
the
caused.
area that says that this is not caused by water.
All right, so I'm playing Halo, so I can't like verify the specific paper in question here. So you guys are gonna need to like hunt down the specific paper and the very specific claims that are made from the paper.
Okay,
on this.
so it's Voyages of the Pyramid Builders, I should say. So Schock claims that possibly, but it's specifically about everything, right? So he was in a documentary in 1983 called The Mystery of the Sphinx, blah, 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 but he makes his claim about everything. He says that possibly all pyramids in Egypt and Mesoamerica and elsewhere were the result of the destruction of an ancient proto-civilization in Sundana land between 8,000 to 6,000 years ago by rising sea levels caused by repeated collisions with comets. He suggests that the movement and its cultural legacies over the following millennia provides the best explanation for the spread of pyramids all across the globe. It's very stupid. The reason why pyramids exist in around all parts of the globe is because humans kind of have the same sort of thought processes no matter where we go.
Can you just like cite the paper that?
Wait, so I found the paper. The paper is, if you go to the Wikipedia for just Google Sphinx water erosion hypothesis, you can find the Wikipedia and it's listed as like citation number 27 or something. Says the paper is called Robert Schwash or whatever, Response in Archaeological Magazine to Zahi Hawass and Mark Luher. That's the paper.
Yeah. Zahi Hawass is the head of Egyptology in Egypt, in Cairo.
And it says
that
the Sphinx water erosion hypothesis is a fringe claim contending that the Great Sphinx of Giza and its enclosure walls eroded primarily due to ancient floods and rainfall. So it's not accepted by the consensus in the field.
Right. It's not accepted because the current claim is basically the current claim on the age of the pyramids and the Sphinx comes from Egyptologists, and the dates they use aren't empirical dates. There's
the
pyramids have never been empirically
one sec. So the reason it's rejected has nothing to do with the age of the Sphinx. Like the water erosion could have happened to the limestone independent of the carving of the Sphinx. So it has nothing to do with the age of the Sphinx.
I'm installing this.
Anyway,
Shut
like I
that
was
shit
saying
down.
previously, the necessary preconditions for all of intelligibility reside within my worldview.
You're a potato.
I think it resides in the invisible unicorn that follows me around and tells me what to do.
Do you have any proof of that?
Yeah, it was revealed to me through special revelation.
I think the special unicorn is telling me to give me all of your money.
I think it's telling me to remove one of my ribs so I can give myself proper loving.
Who was that?
So,
what was
what
the
you're telling me
Marilyn
is
Manson?
The only evidence of this unicorn you
That's a
have
myth,
is
yeah.
through your senses.
My unicorn just gave me head. I don't know what your guys is doing.
He says it's better if you do it yourself.
I mean, the horn got in the way, but it was all right.
He says no one can love me the way I love me.
Wait, how could the horn get in the way if it's a unicorn? Like that, I don't
you
think
could
that
actually
works.
just hold onto the horn. That seems like it'd be a good handle.
Like it's a grip. Yeah, like it's a ribbed grip. Yeah.
It's ribbed for your pleasure.
I mean, that's the thing though. Are unicorn horns like ribbed like that, or are they supposed to be like smooth?
I think they're like spiral,
like antlers.
Depends on the unicorn. Like, don't judge all unicorns. It's like unicorn phobic.
Not all unicorns.
Like,
yeah.
Like they're regionally different. like some unicorns have like a slightly longer heel bone or whatever the fuck it is.
Size doesn't matter. It's how you use it.
That's a lie.
Or how you grip it.
Tell that to Mac's girlfriend.
That sounds like a really neat invention for I imagine it has to already exist, right?
What do you think?
Like a headgear of sorts used for just grip.
All right, anybody else got any religion-related stuff?
I think therefore I am argument doesn't work.
How does it not work?
That people who believe in a religion are
It presupposes that you exist before you get to the word exist.
No, it doesn't.
What is
religious people. Religious people are much more likely to believe in things like QAnon than non-religious people. That's pretty shocking.
I don't know. I mean, like yes and no. I don't know, because it's like I feel like the stuff with like QAnon though really doesn't necessarily stem from. I guess you could say there is some correlation, but I think it stems more from mistrust rather than.
No, it's absolutely religious, man. No. Check out these people who think that Robert F. Kennedy is coming back. You cannot tell me that those people standing in Dealey Plaza are not thinking like a fucking cult.
Okay, so I guess I kind of lump QAnon people in with like just like believing certain shit in general, not necessarily like a specific claim. Like, are they more into being outlandish shit like that's just not possible, or is it stuff that like they kind of just don't have any evidence? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, think like flat Earth people who try to use science to like reach their conclusion, but they obviously fail every single fucking time. To me, I don't know, I just kind of lump the QAnon people as like, you know, the political like underworld kind of shit, not necessarily like just like all faith shit. They just like try to weave their evidence in such a way that makes
I think it's probably the fact that most people in Western culture are religious, and since most people in Western culture are religious, the people who go to QAnon happen to also be religious because it's mostly Western people.
But do you think if you were to ask, I mean, I'm sure there's polls. It's like there's probably a few different levels of people who are religious. There's people who are actually believe that shit. There's people who go to church or whatever religious institution, you know, building, whatever. And then there's people who just celebrate Christmas, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like most people probably could just fall into this like latter two, like just go to church and celebrate Christmas.
Paganism is huge.
But don't necessarily actually buy that shit.
No, most of them actually buy it. They're just not to living their entire lives by it.
I guess that's kind of. It's
like saying they're going to church for no reason, bro. Like, come on, dude. You gotta,
like, they only got married in a church because their mom wouldn't stop bugging them about it.
Is there proof of that, or?
Like, I don't know, because I see a lot of flat earthers are very religious, like Christians, so I don't think it's necessarily the case.
Holy shit, it's Darth Dawkins.
I think my feet, like, you guys have watched that thing on Netflix, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Mute him. Mute Darth Dawkins. Mute him.
This isn't Darth Dawkins. I just fucking want to see how many people fell for it. Fucking hate. I fucking hate Darth so much that I took his name. Take everything from that senile old fuck.
Dude, did he like destroy your worldview or something?
No, it's just that he's a piece of shit human being that should be shot on sight, like fucking kill order. Fucking.
Oh, please don't say that.
All right, enough.
All right, stop.
How about like in Minecraft, right?
Who said enough? I don't think it was enough.
Look, it's just going to be against the server rules to like make these sorts of comments about a specific person that like is on this server,
proof?
right? What proof that that's against the server rules? Just look at the rule list.
I'm not seeing the rule.
Yeah, threats of violence are definitely against the rules. Not only on the server, but like on Discord, the entire thing.
Does anyone want to talk about religion instead?
Yes.
All I'm seeing is
you're the Catholic. Make the claim. You can start it.
I came to listen. I just didn't want to listen to complaining and carrying on.
Well, then,
How do I get the alumni
do something about
role,
it?
Spooky?
Make a claim. All right, I'll start. All right, Aquila,
Spooky.
why are you Catholic? Why do you believe? Justify your beliefs.
In terms of belief, it's like the Catholic priests and whatever that surrounded me when I was growing up. They, taught me a lot of the doctrines or propositions of faith, including the Nicene Creed. But as to why I believe, it's part of that belief, and I actually believe it, that it's an effect of grace. So you have the proposition, but what moves you to hold it as true is a gift from God, grace. So you hold it as true without evidence.
Okay. Can you explain to me how you can hold things as true without evidence?
Have you ever heard of an
can't quite say.
axiom?
I
Wait,
can't
have you
quite.
ever...
Unless you're me, you can be quiet. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It's just on this server, I've learned that you have to be intolerant. It's just a faith. I don't think there's any natural or similar instance. So I don't know if you can analogize it, but it would be, the people who maybe have never met their parents, but they believe that their parents would want to see them. And you can extrapolate that just from what it is to be a parent and familial bonds, and just from your desire to see them. But that isn't even analogous.
If I can be bold and interrupt for a quick second. Hey, how you doing, T-Jump? You don't know me, but I know you. And a few weeks ago, I'll say a few months ago, I don't know, a few weeks, few months, I get lost in time. And I'm a little schizophrenic, ADHD, but that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is that I was banned from your server a little while back, and I would appreciate if you can unban me. It was a mod by the name of Scotty, a little bit emotional. He kind of banned me. He was on this period at the time. I really
can we not talk about this here? Like, this is like...
Okay, but I have another question. Yeah, that was a little bit of a derail, but I want to bring bring the conversation back on topic. And so, T-Jump, do you believe in like punishment, consequences for people that do wrong?
I believe in not punishment, more just like protective, like put people in prisons not because they deserve punishment, but to protect society. I don't think people are deserving of punishment. No.
Okay, I'm saying like people that do wrong.
Yeah, I don't think they're deserving of punishment. I think we put people in prison to protect others, but I don't think they deserve punishment. No.
Okay, so you kind of disagree with the whole American criminal justice system. That's what I'm hearing.
It's garbage.
I love you just for that. Oh my gosh, I want to thank you for that beautiful comment. But okay, so well, damn, you kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that answer. Oh shit.
The criminal justice system being kind of hot garbage is not,
I wasn't expecting that from T-Jump, but what I was gonna say, shit, you caught me off guard. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Go back. I'm gonna mute my mic. It's how I figure out.
Yeah, just reflect on that a bit. So Robert Sapolsky, a professor of biology at Stanford University, he's gone over the fact that all of our brain states are determined by biology, and so the criminal justice system is totally outdated and doesn't take into account that many of the things that we do have nothing to do with choices or free will, and that our criminal justice system, which is based on this idea of deserving punishment, is totally outdated. It needs to catch up with the progress in the field of neurology.
What's his name?
Robert Sapolsky.
You could use a contrary argument where if criminal behavior is determined by our brain states and there's no free will, well, our judicial and prison system is also determined by brain states and there's no free will. So it's just inevitable consequence of,
If I can be bold and add, are you a determinist?
Yes.
T-Jump?
Yes.
Same here. Okay, we agree on a lot of different things now. Holy shit, I didn't think we would agree on something like that. But yeah, so does that do you afford that same privilege all across the board, no matter the crime? So rape, murder, pedophilia.
Kill all rapists. Kill all nonsense.
No, don't kill it. So I think killing anyone ever for any reason is wrong. I think that the solution is stop interrupting, bro. Stop interrupting. So
yeah, let him respond.
So I think that all crimes like rape, murder, whatever, are things that are a result of brain states, and if we could cure them, like give them a pill to stop them from ever doing it in the future, there'd be no reason to lock them up. The only reason to lock them up is to make sure they don't do it to someone else. So it's to protect the other people, not because they deserve punishment.
Okay.
Or
Also,
because you want to rehabilitate them. You know,
that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Prison does not rehabilitate shit.
No,
Exactly.
I know it doesn't, but I'm saying if you wanted
And
to,
this is why.
if you wanted to like have prison the way
This is why
you would want to rehabilitate.
It's not about wanting. You can't help it. It's determined.
I want to kind of get rid of like everybody that's in prison right now, whether they couldn't afford like adequate, legal representation, or they're in there for like drug offense. I want to release those people because, like, as you said before, it's like it's not really accomplishing anything. It's only punishment, right? And that's not going to fix the problem. I would say give them a tangible skill and get them back in the workforce.
Yeah,
would you agree or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the criminal justice system in America is totally screwed up. There's a lot of people in prison for literally nothing. Like all marijuana crimes of just taking marijuana should just be retroactively just forgiven. You should just go free. Like it shouldn't be a crime to take like marijuana. And a lot of people go to prison because they can't afford a lawyer at all, and so they just take plea deals, and so they go into prison for some amount of time because they don't want to spend the money to actually go to court. That's bullshit. That needs to stop.
And that goes back to white supremacy within America. So like the whole reason why,
of course you're black.
You may disagree with this. I don't know if you will, but like America has a history of white supremacy, right? And the reason why these people that are in prison, they can't afford basic stuff like just bail, probably a few $100s, a few $1,000s for like a lawyer.
Should have got a job before.
Stop interrupting, dude. Holy shit! Shut the fuck up and let him finish.
Interrupting?
Just calm down.
Well, essentially, if you say
don't
get a
commit
job,
the crime,
shut the fuck up, or you're gonna get muted.
All right, that's surface level IQ thinking. Just don't commit crime, right? That's not something random. That's something that we can predict, right? People just
Whoa, Taco, mute this kid. Get this kid out. Whoever keeps interrupting, shut him the fuck up.
Thank you, please, right? So, like, this indicators before somebody commit like a crime, like selling drugs or stealing. That's very preventable. But if you're like in an impoverished neighborhood, high crime, single parent household, that's likely to happen. And even if you were to commit that crime, you still deserve proper representation, regardless if you did it or not. That's for murder, rape, like anything, right? You should be able to have a lawyer and some bail money aside. And if they wasn't poor, they probably would have never like sold drugs or something.
Well, yeah, there's actually a bigger problem than that, because even if you can get a free public defender, you still have to show up to court. You're still going to spend time in jail. You still have to go through all this process. And so it saves them time, people who are in poverty, it saves them time just to take a plea deal and sit in prison, because it takes longer to get a court date than the amount of time you're going to spend in prison anyway. And so it's incentivized just to plead guilty and take the punishment of jail time, which is bullshit. But I don't think it's a racist thing. It's more of just a corporate thing. So it applies to white people too. Poor white people also spend more time in jail than they should. And that's just because the way the system is designed is in order to take advantage of people who are poor. Like that's the whole way the entire economy is designed. That's why your credit card has a 20% APR for no reason. Why you have to pay for all kinds of bullshit that absolutely does you no good. Why taxes are higher for poor people than for rich people. It's all just to take advantage of poor people. And that's definitely wrong, a wrong way the economy is designed.
I know you say it's not like about a race thing, but if you look at in America, on average, who's poor, it's black people.
Right,
and
right.
Would have like how did black people end up in such poverty?
So there's two different things there. One is the way the economy is run is not run to be racist. It's run to be prejudicial towards poor people. And obviously there was a lot of racism in the past. And that means more African Americans are disproportionately in poverty, but the economic system isn't designed to be racist. It's designed to take advantage of poor people who just happen to be black because of the racism in the past.
Yeah, we could agree on that. Like the intent may not be let's be racist to black people, but the outcomes, we can see clear like discrimination. Sure. Or maybe it's not even like on purpose. Maybe it's by accident, but you can definitely see some racist outcomes.
Yeah, it definitely disproportionately affects African Americans because they're poor. Yeah.
But T-Jump, this is kind of off topic, but is it possible I can get back an invite to the server or what?
I don't run the server. The admins do, but if you want to, you can subscribe to my Patreon for $5, and if you link your Discord account, that should unban you.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
But that's it's automatic. I don't run any of that stuff. So
is this you practicing capitalism towards me?
Yes.
I thought you were more socialist.
No, I am a greedy capitalist.
Oh, okay.
Give me money.
Goldstein, I see. I was joking.
Hey, I know what's moral. I'm just not a moral person.
Okay, fair enough.
What are you talking about?
You got to be a little dirty. A lot of
That's not
big
moral.
a lot of big corporations are.
Yep.
Are like
Capitalism
that.
is not immoral.
Cope.
Sort of, it is. So like socialism is a more moral system, but it just doesn't work. So capitalism is definitely more immoral, but it works, and so that's the difference.
What do you mean by more immoral? If a system doesn't work, doesn't that make it like irrelevant? Like the system of everybody being gay hippies in the forest, butt naked and holding hands and singing Kumbaya.
I would say that there's immoral aspects of like.
One sec. Let me answer his question. So morality and pragmatism are two different things. What works doesn't make it moral, and if it's moral, it doesn't mean it's going to work. So the moral thing to do would be to give up all your money to everybody who needs it. But obviously that's not going to work very well for your life. So things that work well doesn't necessarily make it moral, and things that are moral definitely doesn't necessarily mean they're going to work well. Socialism is more moral because it tries to divvy up power more equally than capitalism does. Capitalism does not try to divvy up power equally towards individuals. It tries to divvy up power relative to productivity, which can lead to lots of bad things like slavery, directly or indirectly. So capitalism is not a moral system, but it's a very pragmatic system.
Especially how
socialism leads to the collapse of the society within itself, which is to inevitably do. Doesn't that make it an immoral system?
No, because morality, again, if you give up all of your money to charity, that's going to lead to collapse of your economy, but it's a moral thing to do. So the fact that it leads to a collapse of an economy doesn't make it immoral. It just means it's unpragmatic. Giving up all of your money.
Why do you say it's moral to give your money up to other people who have less?
It is moral to give up.
Yeah, I know, but why?
Because of what morality is. I don't know what you mean.
I got a
no, just give a reason.
Wait, what's that guy name again? You said Robert what?
Robert Sapolsky. Sapolsky.
That sounds pretty Jewish to me.
So why is it moral to give money to charity?
I don't want to go into meta ethics. If you just don't understand morality, that's on you.
No, I mean, just a very basic. I'm not going to argue what you explain. I just want some sort of explanation.
Like, what are you asking? Like, it's immoral to punch a baby. Do you want me to explain why? Or are you asking for a meta-ethical theory?
Yeah, because you're injuring it. But why is it moral to give your money to charity?
To help other people who want help, who need help.
That need help. Yeah.
So why can't you just help them instead of giving them money?
Oh my God. So giving them money is just an example of helping them. It's one example. It's not exclusively the only example.
I mean, I'm a bit, the reason I ask is because, when the government gives stimulus to assist people in the lower economic, like the COVID ones, you just give them this money and they spend it straight away on consumer goods, which don't actually improve their life more than
that's not true. The vast majority of that money went to paying off
I'll finish
debts.
what I'm
You're
saying,
wrong.
and I'll finish what I'm saying. And all of that money within 2 or 3 weeks ends up in Jeff Bezos's or Nike's or Apple's pockets. And so it's actually stimulus for large companies who sell consumer products.
Well,
I don't see that it actually helps them.
Two things there. One is that's by design. That's how the economy is supposed to work. It's not moral. It's just bad. But second thing is that the biggest program that had an effect of lowering the rate of poverty was the EITC. The Earned Income Tax Credit was where the government just doubled anybody's income under $5,000, and that had the effect of lowering poverty more than any other program ever in human history, essentially. So giving money to poor people does affect it if you give it in the right way. The reason that most of the money that the government gives in COVID relief funds goes to corporations is because it's rigged to do that, not because giving money to people in need is bad. It's because of the way the system is designed is bad.
Well, I agree. It's what would be more moral, I would assume, than just giving people who don't have much money is creating a job or employing them to do something for that money.
I would disagree. I would say that's it's more moral to give them money without condition than it is to just give them money with condition. It's more pragmatic to give them money with condition, but morality, it's more moral to just give them without condition.
I disagree.
I have a question.
Cool.
So
Because spoil the child, spare the rod, spoil the child. Well, I mean,
again, it seems like
in terms of that's in terms of punitive action. But
well, it seems like you're conflating pragmatic.
In terms.
One sec. Let me finish. Let me finish. It seems like.
Excuse me, I haven't finished my point. I will finish my point.
Stop talking.
I don't understand why you're interrupting.
I'm going to have you muted.
Why you're interrupting?
I'm going to have you muted.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting?
Taco, mute this
I
kid.
would like to finish my point.
Taco,
I will finish my point.
Taco, can you mute this guy? Taco.
Why are you interrupting?
Taco.
So,
somebody mute this guy. Somebody mute this guy. Holy shit. Somebody mute this guy. Somebody mute this guy.
Together,
somebody mute this guy.
Rather than just giving them money and
I'm just going to mute you on my end so I don't ever.
He was giving you an example.
Why did we just mute you? I don't care what he was doing. He was interrupting.
Bye bye. You're done. Anybody else have something to say?
What's Bob?
Yeah, but so I know like you're not a God-fearing man. Like you don't believe in the existence of a God. So like, where do you get your morals from?
I think morality is a like law of physics kind of a thing. It's a fundamental aspect of nature. You don't think you need a God for it.
Okay, all right. So how do you determine whether like watching child porn is bad or not?
I think that because it indirectly harms the child and the child doesn't have the age of consent, that's what makes it wrong. So because it incentivizes harming children, that's what makes it wrong.
Indirectly harms the child. How
Yes.
so? Just the act of the person just watching it.
It incentivizes it.
You're making a market for child pornography by watching. That's why.
Okay, all right.
So it's like paying a hitman. Paying a hitman is wrong, even if you don't directly kill the person.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Are you aware that 60% of women have rape fantasies?
That's a part of
That's why this
biological
guy was
features. Like
banned.
people have fantasies about all kinds of things. It's not. That doesn't mean it's okay. So people have all kinds of fantasies.
Wait. What that means is that they might have fantasies, but they don't actually want them actualized. The idea is
they use the legal definition of rape, right?
Yeah,
It's
like
without
people
consent.
play video games where they shoot people all the time, but that doesn't mean they want to go out and like do a mass murder.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Another one. I have
the
another
thing is,
one.
the thing is, though, is the rape fantasy is kind of, for a woman to fantasize about that, it indicates a level of like want.
No, it doesn't.
really mean
No,
that
it
it's
doesn't.
rape, right?
No, it
So
doesn't.
the idea is that they want somebody else to take control of the situation from them. This is a pretty common thing, like when they're like choking and other such things, where there's a dominant member in the group.
Well, it's more specific than that. So one sec. So fantasies like that are results of chemical reactions in the brain that stimulate certain kinds of dopamine responses. So it isn't that they want that; it's that results in a dopamine response in the brain because of evolution, which is natural. It doesn't have nothing to do with want or consent. It's like if you imagine or have a dream of falling off a cliff, it causes a certain simulation in your brain. It has nothing to do with an actual want or desire.
A desire. Okay. Wait. So
That's like wanting money. Poor people want money. It's just a chemical thing. Just give them a pill instead.
No, wanting money is not a chemical thing.
So I have an example. I'm actually pretty fetishistic.
So what if it doesn't harm? What if it doesn't harm the person? Like, let's say, like, we find a way to like create child pornography, and it's really
go fuck yourself.
Well,
wait. So it's called hentai. Like, have you heard of hentai? Like the Japanese cartoon porn.
Yeah, I've heard of hentai.
That's not immoral. So that doesn't hurt anybody.
Okay, so as long as it doesn't hurt
In
anybody.
Australia, you go to jail for that. Even animated or
that's
anything.
dumb. It's dumb that you go to jail for cartoon porn. That's silly.
No, it's good.
I want to.
No, it's not good. It's definitely not good.
I'm in no way advocating for child pornography. I think it's bad. I'm a God-fearing man.
There are
I'm a
other
God-fearing
ways. Wait, guys. There's other ways of doing this other than talking about child pornography. If we can find a different like subject to
I mean,
be
well, it's a good way to discuss morality because that's a pretty sensitive topic. You either gotta find out the person is good or bad. So, TJ, back to what I was saying before I was really interrupted by this mod. So if we find a way to like create like a 20D, really advanced child pornography.
Oh, I already addressed this. That's called
it.
hentai. Hentai is not immoral. If you just draw pictures, even if it's of kids, it's not immoral. It's only immoral if it's actually kids.
So as long as they're not hurting, as long as you're not hurting anybody, it's okay.
No, as long as the production doesn't incentivize production. So the idea here is that you don't want more to be created of children being harmed. So the issue is people get bored easily. So the idea is that they want new content because people get numb to things if they get too much of it. So they'll want to obtain new versions of something. And to get new versions of something, you have to harm more children. So you have to remove the harm from children.
Okay, I kind of disagree with that, but I see what you guys are saying.
Wait, how would you disagree with that?
Like with the whole like just drawing child and children and having them.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But
I mean, you could say that if the drawing.
I mean, if I draw a bunch of people being like skinned alive,
Okay,
who's
cool.
being
I wasn't
harmed?
saying something that
Sorry
was
about
really
that.
nice.
Sorry about that. I couldn't hear you. Sorry, my bad.
So I'm saying if, like, say it was required for a child to pose for a drawing, then yes, you could say that is linked. But in this case, of course, drawing a child is completely imaginative. It just requires your imagination to draw a child.
I'm trying to see like where this guy disagrees. Is there something like inherently wrong or inherently damaging of drawing lolly, for example?
No.
In Germany, if you
weird.
draw like fantasy cartoons of modern day Nazis putting Jews into gas chambers, you will go to jail for that as well.
And that's wrong. That's wrong. Drawing pictures should not be immoral, and anybody who puts someone in prison for drawing a picture is a dumbass.
Okay, so you draw a cartoon of you assassinating the U.S. president.
You can draw a picture of whatever you want.
Well.
Any picture of anything you want. It is not immoral.
Actually, no, they cannot jail you for drawing a picture of you, specifically you, killing the president, because they have to have a reason, at least in America, a reason to believe that you are going to act upon that. If you just have
the ability to do it.
Yeah, and you have to have the ability to. If you just have a picture of me shooting, like, Sleepy Biden as he's sleeping away with his little ice cream cone in his bed, they're not going to do anything. Because they have no reason to believe that me sitting here without any access to firearm is going to shoot him.
So the more important point here. Hold up 1 sec. So the more important point here is it doesn't matter if the government puts you in prison. It doesn't make it moral just because the government makes it illegal. There's a lot of stupid things the government does that shouldn't be illegal, like marijuana.
I mean, there is some
is your morality like whatever you like should be moral?
No,
T-Jump believes in objective morality.
Yeah. So my morality is any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. So the best of all possible worlds is one where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. That's my moral principle.
So basically, your morality is whatever you like should be moral.
No, because again, you can't impose on other people. So it's only things you can never force anyone to do anything they do not consent to doing. So like anything I wanted, if I wanted to punch you in the face, I could not do that unless you consented to it.
Is it moral to mandate school for children?
So both people would want to. So whatever is moral is whatever you want to do, right?
If
children are
consensual.
not
If it's consensual, what you want to do.
Yeah, children are usually not considered consenting actors.
I understand that. I was just trying to see because there are going to be some people, like Demon Mama, for example, that unironically argue that it is immoral.
Oh, she thinks they can be consenting actors? Because that's
no,
bad.
That she doesn't believe they can be consenting actors. She just doesn't believe in like mandating school for children.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like
in Germany, there's this guy who wanted to be murdered and cannibalized, and he actually met someone who wanted to do it. So they kind of consented. He killed him and ate him. Would you consider that moral?
Yeah, it's amoral, so it's not immoral.
No, it's going to be immoral. The act of killing is always wrong.
No. Killing is only wait, hold up. Killing is only wrong if it's non-consensual. If he consented to it, it's not immoral. As long as he was as long as he was in one sec. As long as he was in a healthy mental state and wasn't like stop. So as long as he was in a healthy mental state and wasn't like mentally handicapped, that was perfectly not immoral to do that. It's like assisted
because
suicide.
There's going to be an absolute universal that's required for you to reason.
Hold up. Stop talking. Holy shit! Stop talking. Stop interrupting. Holy fucking shit! It's only stop talking or get muted. It's only immoral if it's not consensual. So assisted suicide is perfectly moral. Like I know a guy, Dave Warnock, who's dying of, I think it's cerebral palsy or something. Assisting suicide in people in those cases is perfectly moral. It's a moral thing to do. So if someone consents to you killing them, it's not immoral as long as they're in a healthy mental state.
Okay. When I finish chewing, I've got a hypothetical. Let's say I live in New York and I have a fear of crowds. I want to go to Central Park and have it to myself all alone. Now, other people coming into the park, it's without my consent. How do you moralize?
It has to be. It only applies to yourself and your property. So if you're in your home and you don't want other people coming
It's
in,
public property.
Right. So like what I just said is morality. Your will only applies to yourself and your property. You don't get to will things about public property or other people's property.
Okay, but I mean, how does the morality around public property work?
It's public, so you don't get to will things about it. It's not immoral for people to go there. So it's only immoral if it's a violation of your will, which only applies to yourself and your property. So it's not immoral for other people to go into Central Park if you don't will it.
Okay, so the government just needs to declare that all property is actually leased from the state on 100-year leases. There is no private property, and you just have to do what you're told. Problem solved, right?
What the government says is irrelevant to morality, so that wouldn't have anything to do with anything.
So why are you acknowledging the existence of public property?
Public because there is such a thing? Like, I don't know what you mean here. That's not, there
But you
is
said
such
what
a
the
thing.
government says is irrelevant, and they
Public
determine
property
what's
is not
public property.
necessarily a bad thing.
Like,
it's just when they try
I'm
to
not asking
mandate.
that. I'm asking if he doesn't acknowledge the government has any say in anything, why would you
This
acknowledge
has
such
nothing
a
to
thing
do with the
as
government.
public
There
property?
literally is, in reality, there is things that we share in society, and there are things that are yours, and there are things that are mine. This is a real ontological fact. The government doesn't get an opinion on it.
Okay, so your front lawn, I just decide I'm taking over that. How are you going to enforce that and prevent me from doing that?
Shoot you?
Yeah, but I didn't consent to you shooting me.
I don't care. Like, morality doesn't make it physically
What makes
impossible.
you say that it's your property?
It is my
Can you prove
property.
it? How can you prove it?
I don't need to prove it.
Okay, well, I just assert that it's my property, and I shoot you when you're
So
coming
you're
close to me.
confusing epistemology and ontology. Problem solved.
I'm not doing that. I'm just asking you a hypothetical.
No, so ontology is the way things are. Epistemology is how you know things. So how I can prove it is irrelevant to whether or not it's true. So if it's true that it's my
You'd
lawn,
have to appeal to the government, wouldn't
Stop
you?
talking.
Land
Stop talking.
property?
Stop talking. You agreed that we're going to agree it's my property. So you've already admitted it's my property. So whether or not I can prove it's my property is irrelevant. I don't need to show it because you've already agreed it's my property. So this is an irrelevant question. I've already
Well, I
addressed
mean,
your point.
if you want to get technical, then in that case, what you claim to be your property, I just think it's my property.
I don't
so
care
I
what
go
you
there,
think. Next
and
topic.
if you come near me,
I
I'll
don't-
shoot you.
I've already addressed this. Next topic.
Yeah, Tom, the act of killing is going to always be wrong because it's going to violate the universal that's required for you to have reason in the first place.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's not a response.
I just think your morality is not
You've
very
just
consistent.
been crushed.
Well, it's because
It's not
you're
actually
dumb.
moral. It's
Tom
just
can't respond.
Hold up. So you can
make
kill
this guy
someone and
like
still be
10 minutes.
rational. Like rationality has nothing to do with whether or not you kill somebody. So that doesn't make any sense. But you're trolling.
Right, I'm not saying that you can't still be rational. What I'm saying is it's violating the universal that's necessary for you to be rational in the first place. And
So you can't be rational. That's
No. So it's going to
You can't be
violate
rational
the
if you're dead.
universal moral law. Again, that's necessary for you to be rational. It's already instantiated that we are rational.
Wait.
But you're going to be violating these sort of
if we're
intrinsic
rational,
things.
if we're going to violate some universal that is necessary for us to be rational, then we stop being able to be rational.
No. So what I'm saying is we're violating this categorical imperative in which it's always going to be the case that it's wrong to kill. And that's going to be proven through the fact that that we are necessarily rational.
Well,
And
categorical
this-
imperatives are wrong, so I don't care about categorical imperatives anyway.
Well, you can say they're wrong, but the reality is you're going to be appealing to them, just like you appeal to the triune Christian God to reason.
Potato. You're a potato.
Well, you're just an ugly man with glasses.
It's better than a potato.
Well, you have a
Sounds
terrible
good.
hairline.
That's true, because I cut my own hair.
You essentially have a buzz cut.
Well, I used to have a buzz cut.
Listen, Tom, can you unban me in T-Jump?
I can't unban you. I don't run the server. So you'd have to subscribe to my Patreon and then link your Discord to the Patreon, and then Patreon will unban you. I don't control anything.
Oh, but you are the owner.
Yes, I'm the owner, and I don't do anything in it because I don't know how to do anything in it.
Fair enough.
Hey Tom, I got a question.
Sure.
Have you seen any of Mr. Girl's content yet? I'm gonna
I-
ask every
I-
week until you watch some.
I googled it, and I put his YouTube channel on my favorites list as on my list of like people to invite. So he's on the list. I haven't gotten to the list yet.
What's your favorite
Degenerate
food?
shit, dude. It's some degenerate shit.
What's your favorite food?
My favorite food. I don't
I can't
have.
believe this narcissist thinks
Hold on.
people are actually interested in what he likes and doesn't like.
Well, somebody asked me, so if my favorite food, I would say is what? Probably
Ah, dear, this guy's an idiot.
probably the gnocchi from Tongue in Cheek, the restaurant I really like.
Gnocchi? Potato pasta is really good. Gnocchi is actually good.
It's okay, but
What do you mean okay? Fuck you.
People whose favorite food is carbohydrates are usually homosexual.
Hey, what?
Uh-oh.
Hey, what's up?
Usually,
Sorry,
not
how you
always.
doing, man?
My dad,
I'm doing all right.
who's been married to 2 women, is is a homosexual because he
I
loves
guess
pasta.
Italians are homosexual.
Yeah, the Italians are all good.
Yeah,
I guess
I mean, I'd be
Asians
skeptical.
are
His
also
favorite
homosexual.
food is pasta. It'd be the meat sauce on the pasta.
No, that's not true. You're really not Italian if you think that's true.
Do we have,
no,
can we go back
because
to
he likes
religion?
the-
Anything religion
To be more
related?
specific. Oh yeah, sorry.
The flying spaghetti monster. That's religious.
No, because you would ask, like, would he ever eat a plate of
Okay, religion,
completely plain, just straight out of the
religion
water
related?
spaghetti,
No,
or
there's
would
not
he
meat
ever?
sauces.
Religion related.
Hey, Jump, do you do
But
power
if on the
scaling?
contrary,
Stop
if on the contrary,
talking.
he didn't have
Stop.
pasta,
Stop.
he
Going
just had
back
the
to religion or
bolognese,
get muted.
would he
Go
eat
back
it?
to religion or get muted.
Alright. They're not meat sauces. We'll move on.
Do you do power scaling? Jump?
Do what?
Like power scaling debates, like Goku versus.
I've seen some of that.
That's
I don't
not
know,
a religious topic.
I don't know anything about it.
Yes, it is. Oh,
Anyway,
neither
then
is-
back to meat
He is,
sauce.
but speaking about it in politics.
What do you think of Mohammed hijab? It's a religious.
I think he is very silly arguments. I think that one of the problems of the Muslim debaters is that they bring up a bunch of irrelevant things that they don't actually address the topic. And so you end up wasting a lot of time addressing red herrings. And so it's hard to talk to them. So they're a lot lower tier than like Christian apologetics.
What is your ultimate, sir? If
Reality. Next question.
You know the middle rule, correct? If not A, then what?
Middle rule.
God does not exist because.
You mean the law of non-contradiction? What's the middle
He's
rule?
trolling. He's doing a bit.
Of course he is. Duh.
This the excluded middle.
God does not exist because.
Of the law of the excluded middle?
Am I allowed to say? I'm going to DM you sounds, see if I'm allowed to say this.
You have to DM somebody.
I assume that's what he meant by the middle rule.
I do it anyway.
Anyone know?
Fuck you.
Anyone know anyone who's COVID positive?
Yeah, if
'Cause
you're
I wanna
talking
get
about
some,
the
acquired
cross-linked
immunity.
avatar, no.
I can just quote that. I'm just quoting it.
No, you can't. You can't do it outside of context.
I will add the context to it when I say it.
No, because it's very obvious what you're trying to say. No, you're not. No.
I want to hear that. And you can DM me. I will listen to you.
You can DM it. I can't stop that. Yeah.
Does anyone know Third Flinging Monkey in here? Like he's a YouTuber, a streamer. So Third
Flinging Monkey? No.
Yep. Okay. That's good.
Нет, товарищ.
Okay, bitch.
Я не знаю, мой товарищ.
Is English your first language?
He said, no, I don't know who that is.
Nope, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know some people that English is their second language, and I understand.
My grandmother spoke fluent Russian and Ukrainian. German too.
Don't speak over me.
Okay, anything religion related topics, something.
I got a question.
Occult. Occult. What do you think about the occult?
The occult?
It's a religion related topic.
That technically is religion related. I don't think the occult is real. I think it's just supernatural woo, kind of like astrology.
Schizophrenia? Oh, like tulpa making, or schizophrenia-related things. I feel like the occult does feed into that.
Schizophrenics are more spiritual in general than other people because of the way their brain works, and so they actually believe in God more than everybody else too. It's just psychological phenomenon. There's nothing actually there.
Yeah, I was saying that the occult does, like the occult phenomena that are happening are related to like schizoidal disorders because they are of the same vein, kind of.
Not really, because a lot of occult things are just regular people looking into things they can't understand. It's not always schizophrenia.
No, I disagree because they get visions at some point. They also induce hallucinations and they create tulpas and stuff like that. Not to say I demonize them, but that's what I have observed about them. So yes, there is a very real mental element there.
That's not exclusive to schizophrenia. So you can take drugs and do that all the time. It's not.
I didn't say it's exclusive. I'd say it's of the same vein. It's like like of the same kind of nature, you know.
Sure.
Okay.
Wait, are you implying that religion is a mental illness?
No, not religion, but stuff like mysticism can manifest. Like the way it manifests, it's very close. I mean, it's related to schizophrenia in the same that you start having hallucinations, you start seeing spirits and stuff like that. Kind of that particular partition of schizophrenia. I'm not saying it is schizophrenia. I'm saying it's related in a sense. I think.
The thing is, though, is if you're seeing things and you're taking that as evidence for yourself, I mean, it could, to me, to an individual, it could feel more real than any religious text.
Sure. I mean, everything you think about is also real because you're real.
So I would like assume, TJ, that you're like non-spiritual.
Yeah, I'm an atheist, determinist, naturalist, physicalist.
Oh, determinism. That's an amazing topic. That's an amazing
Yes,
topic.
those are my pronouns. I love it. That's great.
So I'm a compatibilist. I believe in free will. What is your argument against free will?
Well, compatibilism is just the view that free will is compatible with determinism. So I'd say that's fine. You're just a determinist.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm a compatibilist. I believe there is, to an extent, free will. I also believe it's a semantic distinction, very semantic, because I consider sentience to be free will, like the ability to have an agency is in itself free will. It's that random factor.
One sec. The only free will I disagree with is libertarian free will, the kind that you could like magically do otherwise. So determinism and compatibilism are totally fine with me. I don't have any problem with compatibilism. Only the magical free will stuff, the libertarian free will stuff.
Oh, so you're talking about like the idea that you truly have the ability to choose anything, and that like life is just an infinite amount of doors that you have to decide which one to go through. It's more of like, no, you've got a set amount of doors, and you've got to work with what you got.
Well, no. So libertarian free will is the idea that your choices are causa sui. They cause themselves. They're not caused by other physical states prior to that, and not caused by randomness. They're literally just things that you yourself have caused, and so that's false. I'm saying that compatibilism.
That's false. That's definitely false.
Yeah. So compatibilism is the view that you can define your mental states that are acting the way essentially unimpeded by other outside sources, just the brain acting as the way the brain is supposed to act, is free will. You have a limited number of choices, and those choices are determined by prior physical states, but we can call that free will, and that's compatibilism.
Yeah, so basically your free will ends where determinism begins.
Yeah.
Wherever that is.
Isn't real.
Well, I just fucked her, so I would beg to disagree.
What?
That's not a woman. What are you talking about?
I think that was your mom joke, pretty much.
No, it wasn't. Like, I genuinely have fantasies about God in that way. But
what?
I'm sexually attracted to God. Or
he
God.
Don't like you back. He's not gonna text you good night.
Oh, of course he is.
If God looks a lot like Halle Berry, I would agree.
Oh fuck no.
I didn't see her, but no.
But what would be the
God
term
is the
for
most
being
attractive.
sexually attracted to God? That'd be
Well, I mean, actually, that kind of makes sense because neurological studies show that when you think about God, you're thinking about yourself, so you could just be sexually attracted to yourself.
No, I'm actually.
What would that? What would you define? What is there an actual word for that?
A word for what?
Narcissistic. I don't
Being
know.
sexually attracted to yourself.
Oh, I don't. I think there is. I don't remember what it is, but I think there is.
It's called masturbation.
Would that just be okay? Cool.
I think that should be
So-
narcissistic, to be honest.
I was gonna say it was just linked to narcissism.
I feel like that's a very particular kind of condition or a sexuality because I really have a very hard time to wrap my head around it, and I'm very fetishistic. So
You
yeah.
you just look down, look at your kneecap, and be like, oh yeah.
Some good kneecaps.
That could be. I mean that. Yeah, I think that's a thing, but that is very rare. I think.
Probably.
So when I think is that I think that
So
God.
theoretically, then you were sexually attracted to only people who look like you. Then.
I think we
So
found
if
God,
God
guys.
exists,
I
I
think we can ask
imagine
more
that He
Oh
creates an
no!
avatar.
Imagine if someone like that had a twin.
Well, no, I mean you have people who look almost exactly like you out in the world. Like that's the
Yeah.
thing.
I know. I'm just saying, just that fucked moment when they have a twin.
Twins, Basil.
One twin convinces the other to have a three-way just so he can be with that twin.
Yikes.
A conjoined twin.
It's a fascinating conversation. Fascinating.
And very religious.
Like that woman with two heads.
Are they still playing games in Stanford, Detroit?
Yeah, they are.
Sorry?
Are they just still playing games in Stanford?
I think so.
Yeah, they are.
What are you talking about?
PNR.
Playing games? Like what?
There's some new video game that a bunch of people are playing. I don't know what it's called.
Oh, Elden Ring.
Super
or
Zelda.
Yeah, I was gonna say Elden something. I don't know.
Elden Ring. Yeah, that's the new
Yeah.
Dark Souls.
Yep.
Personally,
Seems like a
I've
stupid game, to be honest.
sure.
Waste of time. There's no like waypoints. There's no like point to it. You kind of just play and like figure shit out for yourself. Like I don't know.
The games have always kind of been like that. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm fine with that. I just hate the stamina bar. I think the stamina bar is stupid.
Oh, that's the way that one's meant is to like limit your like engagement range. They made it a little bit more tolerable in like Bloodborne because you're faster, so
Yep.
the stamina gauge isn't as oppressive. But it's meant to like make sure that you're like planning your engagements more intelligently.
And that it's not how it works at all. It's just it doesn't make you plan anymore. It just makes you die more for no reason.
I don't know. I mean, if you play low stamina, yeah, but I usually get like a medium amount and I'm fine, even if I'm using like super heavy weapons.
Like I got plat on all of the different games, and I forget. I just used what's it, that shield, the grass shield, to like spam my stamina bar. Don't care how weak it was. I didn't care. I just kept it on me the entire time just to boost my stamina because I was like, this is stupid.
I mean, there's the item that makes you regen stamina faster too, that you can just buy in the shop.
Oh, that was another thing I hated because I never use consumables. I sell all of my consumables in every video game because it's just in principle I think they're stupid. So I never use those items.
With small bursts in power.
Yep. I never used the fire bombs. I never used the lacing of the fire sword. I never used any of the consumables other than like the Eustace flags because they were regenerative.
I guess I don't know. That just seems a bit contrived.
I hate using consumables. I'd rather just sell them and buy a better weapon.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Consumables are kind of like cheats to me. I feel like
cheats.
Point.
They're
It's
small
trading
like
wheels
boost. Sure. I guess people here don't play MMOs or anything like that.
What conversation will I be hearing about while I watch South Park?
We're talking about video games at the moment.
Oh,
personally,
yeah.
I've been playing Deep Rock Galactic a lot myself. It's a lot of fun.
What is that?
Do
game?
not with it.
What is it? What game is that? What is it? What is it about?
So it's like Left 4 Dead meets like the mining part of Minecraft, and it's like objective based.
What?
So, like Dying Light?
No, Left 4 Dead. Here, I'll stream it.
I've been playing Hollow Knight. I've only got around to playing that.
I am currently playing Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, I heard I got a big update.
It did, a massive one.
How much did they fix?
They fixed about 70% of the 10 million bugs.
Oh shit! So they fixed a lot.
Yep, but I still got the the Delamain face bug.
Another reason why CD Projekt Red is one of the best studios of all time.
Oh, of course.
Of course, besides The Witcher 3.
What? Witcher 3 was amazing. Shut up.
No. As in, like, good stuff they've done before. I'm not saying it's bad.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you said
God doesn't exist.
I thought you said they're the greatest except for Witcher.
So much of the Witcher 3 release, where the Witcher 3 had just like a shit ton of bugs.
Oh yeah.
But hey, if God doesn't exist, how can magic exist? So Witcher is 1 out of 10.
Are you stupid?
Witcher is like the worst game, because if God doesn't exist, then magic cannot exist.
God doesn't God doesn't exist.
That's such an obvious joke. Oh my god.
Well, no. So magic can exist just fine.
God doesn't exist.
Magic can exist just fine without God.
Arush. Anyway,
This game's a lot of fun. It's casual fun. That's I mean lower difficulties. It's casual.
There's a specific game that I've seen before, and it's all about just cleaning.
This
Oh, you're talking about like janitor or whatever?
Yeah, I forget
Simulator.
No, it's not. It doesn't have simulator. Viscera cleanup or something like that.
Oh, is that like Dead Space Galactic Rock or some bullshit name like that?
Deep Rock Galactic.
Deep Rock Galactic, yeah. I've heard it's really good. I haven't played it yet.
These niggas.
What's my secondary objective? Ebba nuts. Oop. Yeah, so the whole world's voxel, so you can I can destroy this wall here, and it'll keeps going.
Shut up, nigga.
You be quiet.
A screenshot on this computer, man.
Right now the game's slow, but we do have guns for very good reasons.
Was it on PlayStation 4 or just PC?
I think this is on. I'm pretty sure this is on consoles. I'm 100% sure this is on consoles. Actually, ooh, hello.
Russia's more transgender than America.
How the fuck can a country be transgender?
No, as in like more population.
Oh, so fucking confused.
What's their population? Is that like?
No, he was saying there's more transgender people in Russia than America. That's what he was saying.
Well, yeah. Are we talking like raw numbers, or are we talking like percentiles?
What?
Are we talking raw numbers or percentiles?
No, I'm just confused that there was percentiles in transgenderism.
Per capita? Do you know what that word means?
Me?
Yeah.
Say that word over again.
Per capita.
Nope, I do not.
Okay.
Okay. So if you have 10 people, and one of them is a trans person, 1 in 10, or 10%. See the difference?
You didn't, no, so like there's a different, like if you have two societies, one has 100 people, one has 10 people.
Bro, so I'm trying to teach this dude math. Holy shit, if he doesn't understand,
I know what.
he's an idiot.
Oh my god. No, I know what math. I know how math works. I just didn't know like the definition that covered that term. Or the word that covered that term. My bad. And what was the word you said again, bro?
Per capita. PERCAPITA.
Yep, nope, never heard that word before. I understand the concept though.
Yeah. Yo, God doesn't exist.
I agree.
Agreed. Why do you think God
I
doesn't exist?
disagree. I think God exists, actually.
Interesting.
Shouldn't you better get your ass handed to you? I don't see you do that. Mr. Latino, shut your ass up, nigga.
Why do people not know how to fucking set up goddamn platforms? Oh my fucking! I'm just gonna die.
Wait, Mr. Latino, you got beat up?
All right. I need a break. I'll talk to you guys later. Discord is just cancer. It hurts my head so much.